Hey guys, TJ let me know he'll be here shortly. So I think I can probably blab a little bit and probably get the daily grindhouse out of the way. And then when TJ gets here, we'll of course get started with the monsters. Last half of season 2 episodes. Hey, Blissful. Um, I did want to make an announcement that um, Texas is pretty busy, and I know that he comes to most every one of these, but I don't think he's going to be here tonight. Uh, and I've got not Ben Stiller in the house tonight, aka TJ. Um, but I just wanted to make that little announcement before we get started in case somebody wonders where Texas is tonight. Like I said, he's usually pretty regular as far as attending these. Hey, Chris C. I like being called awesome savages. That's interesting. Um, so, uh, like I said, I'm going to do the daily grindhouse. I don't know what in the hell I'm going to talk about tonight. I think I'll just talk real quickly about something that I'm going to be getting in here shortly. Um, I've been so wiped out the last couple of days. I didn't even do a stream last night as much as I wanted to. I was just too wiped out to do so. So we'll go ahead and do the intro for the daily grindhouse. And then TJ and I will get started with these episodes. So here we go. Okay. Sorry, I was taking a bite of my high fiber bar. I wanted something chocolate. And unfortunately, we didn't have a whole lot of chocolate in the house. I was craving chocolate. So Steve said, "Why don't you eat one of my bars?" Which I'm not too fond of these bars, but it's got some chocolate in it. So it'll have to do. Hey, Darren. So, what I was going to talk about real quick is, and some of you are going to probably say that watch Dead Pit and watch all the reviews and stuff like that. You're probably going to say, "Oh, you damn copycat. You're just getting this because CK said it was the best transfer." No, that's part of it. And part of it is I really wanted this limited edition of this one. I don't have to have all the limited editions, but this particular film is one of my favorites, and so I thought, why not? This movie is basically in this format sold out just about everywhere. But I was able to find one still sealed and everything. It's not like it's been used or anything. On eBay, and the person selling it had recently dropped the price on it a little bit. And that is the limited edition Texas Chainsaw Massacre release that Second Sight put out. Now, I know I got the Dark Sky release, and I honestly thought I would be happy with just that release, but CK wasn't the only one that I heard say how good this transfer was. There were others that said the same thing. So, Darren, do you have that Second Sight release? I was just curious because I was trying to remember if you said that you were getting it or had got it, or you were looking for it or something like that. Um, so that's the main thing that I wanted to talk about. Let me read through um, a few of these messages before me and TJ get started here. Um, let's see. Chris C, you say, damn, just did another 2 big purchases off of Synapse and Orbit. LOL. Good day. Yeah, any day's a good day when we can afford to make those big purchases, isn't it, Chris C? Um, exactly, Blissful. Steve, she wanted real chocolate. I did. I actually, even though I'm diabetic and I try not to partake of too much sugar, um, every once in a while I just get this insatiable craving for a Snicker bar or something like that. And that's what I really wanted. But bless his heart, Steve was already in bed. As we all know, as Wes so eloquently puts it, I can't even talk tonight. Um, Steve's on Papaw time. So he was already in bed, and I didn't want to say, will you please go get me a candy bar? I don't think he would have been too happy with me. Um, so yeah, but I did. I wanted real chocolate, Blissful. I really, really did. Um, Christy, I'm gonna have to check out your channel. What's your channel name, by the way? I'd like to check it out if I haven't. Sometimes I get confused about which people I've added and which people I haven't. Well, looky here. Texas surprised me here. Uh, he's wanting to say a quick hello. He's got company. So everyone have a good time tonight. So thanks for stopping by, Texas. I appreciate it. I like all the support. I'm sure TJ appreciates the support as well. So Chris, see, you have that release. Great. See, that's what I keep hearing. Like, great, great release. Darren, you say yes. I got that release. TJ says, I'm poor. Anyone want to buy my movie? LOL. Kidding. Yeah, you put it out, TJ. I'll buy it. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about old Curly Jaws, but if he can put movies out and get money from them, anybody can, right? Let's see. Chris C says, TJ, I get poor by doing what I love. LOL. Yeah, Blissful's asking where she can buy it, TJ. Oh, cool. Thanks, Chris C. I appreciate that. I'm always looking for different people to watch. Okay. So you guys keep chatting away. I'm going to go ahead and add TJ here so we can go ahead and get started before one or both of us goes to sleep. Hey, TJ.
I meant buy me movies. If you saw my correction on the
Oh,
box.
I didn't see that under the.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, we can do that too. We need to start taking up a collection for different people. People can take a collection up for me. We'll pass
My
it on the offering plate.
my movie's not available for purchase, so it's.
It'd be cool if it was though.
See, because I got this, so I don't feel like buying the 4K.
That's a good release too. I have
Uh,
that one too. I probably have as many Texas Chainsaw Massacre releases as I do Evil Dead releases. It's probably close to being a tie with both of those. And I see TJ's got something with Night of the Living Dead on it back there.
that's the soundtrack.
Oh, cool. Have you listened to it?
Yeah, not off of the album, but I have listened to the soundtrack.
So is that still sealed? Are you keeping that sealed up?
No, it was like a cutout or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's unfortunately, yeah, it's been open. So.
We Steve and I have a friend we haven't talked to in a while, but I don't know how many of you old school Dead Pit listeners remember Rick Fusselman. But Rick, he's a pretty cool guy. I saw him, I believe, at Fright Night for the first time. Met him in person, but he was hanging around Tim Gross, and I think he still hangs around Tim Gross quite a bit. But um, he always said that he did not like cut VHS boxes. You know, when you would used to you get them at the video stores, and they had cut the box and slid it down in a plastic holder or whatever. He hated that. He only liked uncut boxes. So um, when people talk about stuff like that, I think of Rick Fusselman.
I thought it was something funny, and I'm not going to say it.
Uh, yeah, I bet you did because it's probably the same thing me and Steve have said before. Um, Chris C said I purchased Suspiria 4K and curtains off of Synapse. The price is worth it. Only seen the remake of Suspiria anyway, so I like to do stuff in chronological order. Yeah, and actually, I mean, don't throw things at me, anybody that like that Suspiria remake. I didn't hate it, but I didn't love it either.
Yeah, it's not the one you want to watch first. You want to watch the original first, but too
Exactly.
late. That's like when people watch Evil Dead 2 first, and then they don't watch the first one, and it's like, why wouldn't you watch the first one? It makes no sense. And then people who watch the first one and then watch the second one are like, why did Ash go back to the cabin? Why does he have another girlfriend named Linda? What?
Yeah, what happened there? Yeah.
But
They're they're
I
they're
like on the Ash versus Evil Dead series that they had the Linda's head, but then they had the other Linda, so that was kind of a joke
yeah,
on the fact that they had different Lindas. So
right. And you know, if you are I guess if you're steeped in Evil Dead lore like I am and like a lot of big fans are, you will realize that it's kind of like they redid it, you know, and they would joke in the commentary. I know they did for Evil Dead 2 where they said, we're going to recap the decap, you know, talking about the decapitation of the head
yeah,
and stuff like that. And I think Bruce Campbell even brought up the fact that part two confused a lot of people
yeah.
that I guess weren't big followers of what they were doing. And even at that time, there was no Evil Dead lore back then. I think that's all come to pass in the years since, you know, even Army of Darkness was out. So now we know all the stories and stuff like that. Um,
No,
I
no. What I'm wondering about that. You talking about the commentaries in Evil Dead 2. Greg Nicotero said that they filmed a Scotty, and they actually he just said Scotty, and I'm assuming Ash and Linda, and he didn't say. I'm gonna guess he meant everybody else, and then like
mhm.
Sam Raimi was like, really? And he's like, yeah, I remember we had we
You didn't
reshot
remember.
everything,
It's like,
but that doesn't, no one's ever brought it up besides him on that commentary, and there's no footage of that on any of the Evil Dead 2 extra stuff. And I was like, wouldn't they have had that? Kept? I guess not. I don't know.
right. Now, guys, I hope I don't have step back there, but I hear Sammy barking about something, and
Yeah.
Brandon's not currently back here in the kitchen like he normally is. So if Sammy keeps barking, I'll go check on things. But um, I've got Steve's the door to the bedroom is closed, so I'm hoping that that muffles some of the sound. Uh, all right, I guess he's gonna make me go in there. I'll let TJ entertain y'all for just a second.
Bunny rabbit, butterfly. Let's see. Um, I can only do two. Let me see. I can do this because this is really useful in your everyday life, to do this. Okay. Um, Watch me drink a soda. So let's see. Anybody talking in the chat? Because I can't fill time. Let's see. Nope. No one's saying it. Blissful TJ embrace typos. I don't mind typos. I just don't like full sentences being messed up where I'm like, that's not what I said. Like what happened a couple of minutes ago. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah, Darren. People don't like it because they'll go, "Oh, the effects aren't great." I'm like, "It was made in 1979. What do you expect?" But everybody's all, "Ooh, everything's going to be digital effects," when those look like crap too. But whatever.
I agree, TJ. Yeah, I agree with Darren that Chris is going to love the original Suspiria. I couldn't see him not liking it.
The story's less complicated.
Yeah.
There's no 5,000 witches and what's her face is playing three of them, and Jessica Harper's a ghost, I guess. I don't know. Spoiler: Jessica Harper's a ghost in the remake.
Oh damn! TJ spoiled it for everybody, didn't he?
If anybody in this chat hasn't already seen the remake, then screw them.
Chris, you say your first Argento was Deep Red.
That's a good one.
I think it was my first Argento too, if I'm remembering correctly.
I couldn't remember off the top of my head what my first one ever was. I remember seeing Phenomena very early.
Yeah.
And then I got a bootleg of the Profondo Rosso cut of Deep Red with subtitles and stuff. So
cool.
I was like, I only wanted to watch like the uncut versions, and back when you can only get them on like Japanese laser discs that were put on DVD or not even DVD, on VHS, and buy them off of somebody in the back of a Fangoria magazine or something.
I remember I found a Dutch version of Last House on the Left with all the stuff in it. I was like, wow, I'm finally going to get to see this uncut. Now, people are probably thinking, oh, God, Dana, why would you want to watch, and testing, pulling and stuff like that on Last House on the Left?
In Dutch?
Well, actually, I believe it had the Dutch subtitles or whatever, but it was in English. So at least I didn't have to sit there and read the subtitles. Just had to ignore the Dutch ones down there at the bottom. I also saw Tenebrae really, really early on too, and I love Tenebrae. Now, Steve doesn't hate Tenebrae, but he talks like that's further down on his Argento list than it is mine. Mine's further up there. I would probably, and this is going to be very controversial with a lot of Argento fans, I would probably put Tenebrae above Suspiria. I think Deep Red is still the top.
Yeah.
But Suspiria is probably going to be third for me. And Tenebrae would be second. So I don't know what in the world Sammy's howling about now. Golly. I got Brandon out there, so I don't know. Hope he's going to be quiet here because I don't want to have to keep going. You guys can probably hear him.
I did. Oh.
And Chris also says, I have the first Evil Dead on Steelbook Blu-ray and just got the 4K of Evil Dead 2. Which one is better? Well,
How much better could you get after the Blu-ray? I mean, the 4K. I mean, that's just like to put it on 4K more than anything. I think some of those
yeah,
movies, I think they're just putting it on 4K to put it on 4K. I mean,
yeah. I'll be totally honest. Even as huge of an Evil Dead fan as I am, there's not a whole lot of difference, honestly, between the 4Ks and the Blu-rays of those movies. Maybe a slight difference, but there's not much.
was it the 4K of Evil Dead that they fixed all like issues like the black box around the moon and stuff, or did they do that prior to the 4K?
Golly, I'm trying to remember. I guess that's not something that I pay a lot of attention to, only if I'm listening to the commentary and Sam Raimi keeps bringing it up all the time. So,
Like
I
there's
think,
a shot where they're crossing the bridge, and then you could see like somebody in the one
yeah,
of those the
I
crew, and
think,
like
I think
right
they,
there in the bridge, like.
yeah, I think they did fix that. I'm pretty sure they fixed that by the 4K release, I believe.
But you can still see like the big hose sticking out of
Oh,
Ellen
yeah.
Sandweiss' chin when she gets shot
Oh,
through the
yeah.
door.
Yeah, and that's actually, in that, I want to say it was maybe Rob Tappert or somebody else playing Ellen Sandweiss. I was thinking one of the guys was playing her at the time.
Different shots. I always thought that the one on the other side of the door was actually her, but I don't know. That specific one looked like her.
I'm gonna have to go back and listen to those commentaries again to see what exactly they said.
But we go by what Sam Raimi didn't know about reshooting the opening of Evil Dead 1 with the Scott. I don't know. You trust him to really remember anything. I mean,
Exactly. I guess I would trust Bruce Campbell maybe to remember more than Sam does.
well, that was like a group commentary, so he didn't jump in there. So
No, he didn't say yay or
he didn't
no.
say Nicotero. You don't know what you're talking about.
Uh, Chris brings up a good point. Digital can hold a candle to the original, and I agree. But a lot of us in here are old school about that, and so the younger generation is probably going to say, "Ah, you old fogies, you and
Screw him.
your old school special effects, your latex and corn syrup blood."
They can take a flying leap. I don't care.
Yeah, I have to agree with TJ on that.
You know how
Uh,
many people I have to correct on TikTok, and then they get upset that I corrected them. I'm like, I'm not being a jerk. You were just wrong.
yeah, exactly. So
Sorry.
Darren says Tenebrae was his first Argento.
I saw that on Laserdisc. I think it was the Rowan group that released a bunch of Italian, if not just Argento stuff, back when the Laserdisc craze was sort of like going downwards. They started releasing all those uncut. And that's the first time I saw Tenebrae uncut. Definitely was on that.
The first time I saw Tenebrae was when IFC was still truly the independent film channel. I don't know. It's just IFC now. It's not independent film channel. Is it
Because they
even
want money. Independent films don't give them any.
right? But that I remember back when they were still the independent film channel. One Halloween they showed a bunch of Argento films, and I think Savini might have been hosting some of them, or maybe he just hosted Tenebrae. But I was like, wow, I love this film. I was just really into it. And I still like it really well. I got the 4K of that one when it came out. Chris, you say, is there a true uncut version of Last House on the Left? Because the remake is quite good. I didn't care for the remake, but if people like it, they like it. Again, I didn't hate it.
They stole that microwave scene from another movie.
They did.
They
And
had to have. I mean, come on.
and I felt like they copped out at the end. That's all I'm going to say about it. I just feel like they copped out at the end of it.
Because of the Who Lives and Dies situation, you mean?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, not so many words.
I mean, in the original, you see Mary sort of alive, and then you don't really know you don't see her really dead. Right? I mean, she could have survived. I mean,
well,
unless that was like the parents thinking she, I don't know what.
In the original, she was supposed to be dead, and I think she maybe moved by accident, or there
Yeah.
was something that got switched around, and they left something in, and
Well, you know, Craven. Woo, Kirby's alive. Woo, okay. So I mean, you know, you can say anything you want, really.
yeah, you could. I mean, a filmmaker can do just about anything they want to.
Well,
So
even just random people just make up stuff and they go, "See, that's the truth," and then
yeah,
someone hears it and goes, "Yeah, that's the truth," and then like 50,000 people think that
everybody.
fake thing is the truth. Yeah, that's great.
Oh man,
You're not
but
going to start talking about politics. That's kind of the same thing.
no, I don't. I
Anyway,
yeah. Moving right along, Chrissy, I think probably the version of Last House on the Left that's out now, the newest version, I think that is pretty much you can watch the uncut version that way. But back when I was actively searching for an uncut version of it, the only way I could find it was on that Dutch VHS. And I read about it and I was like, I'm going to hunt that up. And I found it on an auction and purchased it.
now, when you say uncut, do you count the stuff that's legitimately taken out because of pacing, or the stuff that's just like extra gore or whatever?
That's a good question. When I think of uncut, I think about stuff they took out because of content, not because of pacing or anything like that. But that's a good that's a good thing to bring up because some people might think, uncut includes everything, even stuff
Yeah.
that's cut out to tighten the movie up a little bit.
Someone has a YouTube page and they put together like bits and pieces of outtakes from Evil Dead, and they said uncut version, and it's like Shelly getting chopped up, but you can see like where the fake hand comes out of the
Hmm.
floorboards and that kind of stuff, and it's like no, that's stuff that's not supposed to be in there because it wasn't. But it was interesting to see like if they had really gone extra gory, that's how it would have looked. But like in Evil Dead 2, that's the whole Ed getting chopped up. We've never had a version of that because they never put the film footage together as a
Right.
film. They just you see outtakes like on the DVD and Blu-rays and whatever of
Can
that scene,
you
but you never see the actual scene because they never, you know, edited it together and color corrected it and all that stuff. So
can you see like still photos of that from an old issue of Fangoria?
yeah, before Evil Dead. Oh yeah, I remember before Evil Dead 2 came out. I remember that issue, and I'm like, well, this scene isn't in the movie. It was in the
Exactly.
they had like big spread, and it was that him getting chopped up, and
It's
and
just
never was finished as in the
with the 4K of Trick or Treat coming out soon. I wanted to bring this up. Does anybody remember the old DVD of it? And you could look on the back of it, and there were no extras on that Trick or Treat DVD. Okay. But if you turned it over and looked on the back of it, there was a picture of, I believe it may have been Kevin Yeager with like a head of like maybe Sammy Kerr or a head of one of the demon looking creatures or something like that. And I was like, man, why do they tease us like that and put this on the back of it, but we don't get any special features like a behind the scenes type of thing showing special effects stuff. So
because they just don't care.
yeah, exactly. Just like on meatballs. Just don't care or it just doesn't matter, right? They were just thinking it just doesn't matter. We're just gonna stick this on the back here just to tease people. So um anyway. Um Darren says I put Tenebrae above Deep Red. Suspiria is my fave. Suspiria's a lot of people's faves, actually. Chris, you say I can agree about Tenebrae. His first film, Bird with the Crystal Plumage, is underrated a bit. Love the twist he does in his movies. Yeah, I would agree too. Bird with the Crystal Plumage is a little bit underrated. Blissful's taking notes. She's learning from all the stuff we're saying.
Don't trust what I say.
Why not? TJ, you're very
I'm
knowledgeable.
just another random guy on the internet. Don't believe anything I say.
Gosh. Darren and Dirk do know their Jallos. I will agree with that. But Chris, you sound like you've got stuff to contribute. I think all of us have things that we can contribute. Darren says bird with crystal plumage is superb. I agree.
I like Four Flies on Grey Velvet, so
See, I do too, and a lot of people don't like that one. A lot of people don't.
they don't like the comedy. They think there's too much comedy in there. I'm like, eh.
I just think it's different. It's a little bit different, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why I like it.
And then I don't think I've actually seen Cat o' Nine Tails all the way through. I have to sit down and watch that sometime.
Now, Chris says his fave Jello of all time is Blood and Black Lace from The Godfather of Jello, Mario Bava. Steve likes that one really well. The only problem I have with Blood and Black Lace, and feel free to say I'm wrong, guys, but I think that one's a little slower paced than I like my Jellos to be.
Yeah, but Barbara Steele's not in it.
No, I can't say it's because of Barbara Steele, can I? I got to find something else wrong with it other than Barbara Steele. Yeah, Darren, that's a good point to bring up. Most people saw the unsane version of Tenebrae first.
I haven't.
I think I saw the unsane version later, but I did see it under the Tenebrae title first.
I remember an article in Fangoria was going over all of Argento's movies and the versions, the cut. It was like Phenomena, and there's Creepers, and there's.
And I saw Creepers a long time ago, back in my video store rental days, before I even watched Phenomenon. So when I watched it under the title of Phenomenon, and I was like, hey, where was all this stuff in Creepers? And then I found out Creepers was the heavily cut version of that movie.
I had the soundtrack before I actually saw the movie.
Oh, cool.
I have that somewhere, the Creepers album somewhere.
That's a cool, I like that image of Jennifer Connelly with her hand out and all the sex and stuff like that. I just think that was a really, really cool piece of artwork. Yeah, Darren, I think the Arrow version is what I have now. You said that has all the cuts of Last House on it. Yeah, like it has Krug and Company and stuff like that. Chris, you say, yeah, I've heard a lot about Last House, like very bad stuff in the uncut, very really bad. Last House on the Left in and of itself is a rough film. It's not for everybody. That and I Spit on Your Grave, Thriller, A Cruel Picture, all of those films, I don't know if I would say it would leave a lasting effect on you, but sensitive people definitely, and I'm talking about really sensitive people, should stay away from films like that because it will weigh very heavily on you for a very long time.
Now, which one do you think is more graphic, Last House or I just lost it. We were just talking about Last House or I Spit on Your Grave. Which one do you think?
Last House or I Spit on Your Grave. Okay, this might be.
First of all, it's all bad. What happens to the characters in that?
Right, exactly.
That's you can't. But
this might be controversial to some people, but this is the way I have to put it to work it out in my mind. I think the rape scenes, because there's multiple ones in I Spit on Your Grave, is worse for me. It's extremely hard to watch. But then you have less rape in Last House on the Left. But that one rape scene where Krug rapes Mary and he raises his face up and the spit is coming off of his mouth, and it's like, ugh, you know. So there's more horrible rape, like over and over and over. I think that's what makes it worse because um, Camille Keaton, she's raped once, she's naked, she's bleeding, she's bruised, all that. She's going through the woods, and the bastards are still there, and they rape her again, and then you think, oh God, maybe it's over. When you're watching this for the first time, you're thinking, oh God, please let it be over with. And then she makes it back to her house, or the summer house she's staying at, and you think, oh God, it's over now. So she actually gets in the house, or crawls in the house, as I should say, and she's crawling towards the phone. You think, oh God, she's going to be able to call the cops. Something, you know, there's going to be some release. And that shoe or boot comes and kicks the phone, and you think, oh my God, they made it to her house, and then it's still not over. And I think the combination of all of that is what makes that one a little bit rougher for me to tolerate. I mean, I'll still watch it. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. I think it's very important for you to watch the rape. And we're talking about 22 or so minutes of gang rape. And I'm not kidding. For anybody that's never seen I Spit on Your Grave, that's literally what it is. You have about 20 minutes of setup. You have about 20 minutes of the brutal rape, and then the rest of it is the revenge part. But I think you need to see that rape to realize the extent of her revenge. And I would argue with anybody that said that they did not get behind Camille Keaton's character at that point. You would be one cold-hearted son of a bitch if you couldn't get behind her revenge after that. The only character in that movie that I ever said I was unsure of her taking her revenge out was Matthew, because Matthew was mentally disabled. And does that make him any less responsible? No, it doesn't. But his mental deficiencies, as they were, made him more susceptible to listening to these other guys that clearly knew better. And they were just bad, evil guys with evidently no conscience at all. So, I think people might feel differently about that. They might say, yeah, some people might say, yeah, Matthew deserved it as much as the rest of them did. Some people may be like me, and some people might yet again say, shouldn't have killed Matthew at all. But so I guess there could be 3 different schools of thought on that. So I could do a whole stream on Last House on
You
the
just did.
TJ's probably like, oh, when are we gonna get to monsters?
Yeah, we're gonna get. We went from this to we're gonna go to lighthearted horror fare.
Yes, Chris. The original Evil Dead was the first time I saw a chick almost get molested by a chick.
Almost.
Yeah, I've heard Sam.
Carol gets
I've heard Sam Raimi say that that's the one thing he wishes that he didn't put in there.
Yeah, but he did. He kept. You ever see the Ellen Sandweiss interview? She's like, that didn't happen on set. They added that later, so he had a lot of time to decide not to do that. And then when they did the remake, they basically, it wasn't as, it was graphic, but not as graphic as that. Even though it was like slime going up her legs in that one, it's still, but then her kind of like, Ellen sort of like moaning, that kind of made it weird. in the remake, it's just she gets attacked, and it's like it's pain, and there's no like
And I'm going to read one more of these, and then I promise me and
All right, let's get the monsters. Jeez.
yeah, we're going to all be depressed talking about this stuff before we get to
I wore my Critters shirt because it's a monster.
Cool. I like that shirt. So Darren says, I spit on your grave is relentless. And that is a very good word to attach to that movie. So with all that being said, you guys continue to chat, but we're going to go ahead and get started with these monsters episodes. Which kicking this off is Habitat, starring Lily Taylor, very young Lily Taylor.
This is the second one that that was in 1990. Museum Hearts was January 7th, and then this was like the next week.
Right. So I'm gonna let TJ get started talking about this one, and then if I may jump in there at some points and add things as we go along. So
it's stars Lily Taylor. She's basically the only one in it, so it's almost a soliloquy, but there's actual action and stuff. So she plays this girl Jamie, and she comes to this building, and this, I guess it's like a warehouse, and she's in this kind of strange room. It looks very sterile and high techish, and she does a lot of talking out loud to people that aren't there.
Yeah,
but she's not like schizophrenic or anything. She's just trying to rationalize what's going on with her, so she's doing it out loud. And she's also there. She comes to this place where she's she set up a deal with these people that she hasn't ever met before, and they have her a contract made up for her that they agreed on everything, things she wanted, things they wanted from her. And she comes here basically to start her first day of whatever was happening to her. So she comes to this room, and like I said, and there's sort of this table, and there's the contract appears. She starts reading it. She's like, okay, this is what we agreed on. Yeah, okay. But she's like, if I'm going to walk, if it's anything I don't agree with on here. And she's like, my boyfriend's a lawyer, and, he's going to read this, and he'll tell me if there's anything, But she's like, nope, this is good. And she puts it in, puts it into like this little slot. It kind of gets sucked up. And she begins her days. So it's for 9 months. And she's like, is this a gestation period? Is there a specific reason for the 9 months? But like I said, she's just talking, and she's not getting answers. There's like a guitar there for her. I guess that's part of her deal. And like I said, it's pretty much a blank room, more or less. I mean, there's stuff in there, but it's just, there's nothing really like specific that you could call attention to and go, it's nothing familiar, let's say. And she's basically going through something. She has her lipstick. She pulls out her lipstick, and it's like this long, like it's almost like a pen. It's like about this long or whatever. And she's like, okay, I'm going to start marking the days of the on this sort of smooth brick wall or stone, maybe not bricks, but stones. And I'm like, is she going to be able? How much lipstick does she have for 9 months? I don't know how many X marks she's got to make. Yeah, and then she starts going through the things, and then there will be a buzzer that goes off when she's not, or telling her to do things. And if she's not doing the things, the buzzer gets louder. And then the first thing she does is just like a simple puzzle with like five or six pieces. It's a very simple, flowers. There's a big flower, and there's a little circle that goes in the middle of the flower, and there's a butterfly. And as the days go on, she gets more taxing things to do. She gets a big giant puzzle. There's another time where she's going through this maze and she's going through sort of like a jungle gym and she's climbing through it. And yeah, and she's basically slowly going. I don't know if she's going crazy, but she's losing it. Like she's all nice and good looking when she goes in there, and her hair's nice and everything, and she's dressed. And she's like, by the time like there's like the whole wall is covered with marks on it, and her hair's all disheveled, like she looks like she hasn't had a shower in a month, and her clothes are all wrinkled, and she just looks tired and exhausted. And yeah, she's sort of, and she's basically trapped, and she can't get out.
Didn't some parts of it, TJ, remind you of the I believe the Tales from the Dark Side episode, Bigelow's Last Smoke, where every time he would try to smoke, an alarm would go off and it would hurt his ears and hurt his head and stuff. So when these alarms went off and she was like, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. And the alarm would get louder and louder and she would just, so that's one thing that it reminded me of. It reminded me of that Bigelow's Last Smoke episode.
It reminds me of the movie Cube.
I don't think I've ever watched Cube, actually. I know of it, but just haven't watched
These people are trapped and they have to go through these different, like a maze, and they got to go through these different rooms and stuff like that. So that's kind of reminded me of that. So this is like an early version of that. Not saying that they know about this episode and they got their idea from that, but
maybe it's possible though.
And Lily Taylor's really good in it. Like I said, she's the only person in this. So if she couldn't carry the episode, it would have been just boring.
Right.
And I don't think she was. But it's a slow burn too. Mm-hmm. But it's also a 20-minute slow burn. It's not like it's a
it's not like
2-hour movie that you have to
2-hour slow burn. Yeah, I liked the episode. And I don't know if it did this to you, TJ, but I felt unease throughout this episode. And I felt unease for Lily Taylor. Mm-hmm. Because remember when there was that one scene where I don't know if there was some monster or something. There was some reason she didn't want to go in a certain area. And she said, I'm not going to go in there again. And I don't know, I don't recall them ever showing what was in there. But then there's one part where she's going through something that looks like a nasty basement or a back alley in the city or something. And it's nasty looking, and they're making her like crawl through it. I think that might have been part of what she was doing with that jungle gym type of thing.
Well, at that part in the episode, it's sort of where she's, like I said, she's starting off like with everything and she's like dealing with it, and then she's starting to lose it. And I think that's her being defiant. Not that she's, I don't know if there was something in that a room or whatever, but I think it's just her like, well, I'm not doing this anymore. I've done this before. And that's what near the episode, near the end is, she's like, I've gone through this maze before. And she's like, oh, it's changing. Like she's obviously gone through it like several times, who knows how many times. And now all of a sudden it's different.
And they offer her, whoever they are that she filled the contract out with, they offer her pizza at one point. There's a big pizza there. And she says, no, I'm not going to eat it. And then the alarms start going off. And so she grabs a piece. And was there something in the pizza that
she was allergic to anchovies? They make her hyperventilate. Mm-hmm. So that's what she was saying. Oh, they're like, you tricked me into eating this pizza when I shouldn't be. When I told you that I'm not supposed to be eating anchovies. And she starts having trouble breathing. And
mm-hmm. I thought that's what it was, and I was like, well, they're trying to kill her now. Because they're purposely doing this stuff to her. And they make her get on a treadmill. It's a weird looking treadmill. But they make her get on a treadmill, and she has to put a belt around her waist, or she has to put something on her wrist. And I don't know if they're measuring like body responses or something? Are they taking a pulse rate or checking? I wasn't sure exactly what they were doing there.
Yeah,
And what did they ever explain why she agreed to do this? Were they offering her money?
money.
Okay,
She says at the beginning, more money. She would be set for life. She wouldn't have to work.
right.
She'd have everything she ever would want. That's how much money that they promised her. So it was probably in the, I don't know. This was 1990.
Mhm.
Millions, at least 2 million, I would think. Back then, you could live off of that and not have to work. Maybe more, but probably in the millions.
And also, when she was talking about marking the days, at one point when she's starting to lose it, she says, "But there are no windows. There are no windows here, so I can't tell if I've been here 1 day, 5 days,
Yeah,
60 days, you know."
that's when
How
she
did
starts really freaking out in the episode. Is when, yeah, she's realizing all of a sudden that, how
and
does she know what is a day when she goes to sleep, or
mhm. And it also reminded me of one of the Twilight Zones from the 80s episodes. Um, was it To See the Invisible Man, I think, where the guy had been cold towards people, and this is a futuristic episode. So they made him go and get something put on his forehead temporarily for a year, where because he had been cold to people around him, co-workers, family, whatever, nobody was supposed to talk to him. They were supposed to act like he was invisible
mm-hmm.
for a whole year. And at first, he was like Lily Taylor's character at the beginning of this. I can do this. Ha, this is all you're punishing me with. I get to be invisible for a year. This is going to be a piece of cake. And he started out being okay, but towards the later half of that episode, he was crying because he was so lonely because no one would talk to him. Children wouldn't even talk to him. And there was one scene where a blind man, they were eating in a cafeteria, and a blind man couldn't see that he had this thing on his head. And so he was having a conversation with the guy, and someone else that could see came over and whispered in the old man's ear and said invisible. And the old man got really angry. He's like, "How could you do this?" And the other guy's like, "Please stay, please talk to me." And so certain parts of this episode again reminded me of that episode. Yeah, claustrophobic, Blissful. That's a good word. It was a claustrophobic episode.
I would have made it through. I'm fine alone.
See,
9 months. Am I going to
sometimes
get that much money? Forget it. I'd be
sometimes
fine. How many puzzles you want to give me? I don't care. Loud noises. I've heard those all the time. You should hear the
sometimes
traffic goes. You should hear the traffic goes by my house. I've heard this all the time.
sometimes I think I could do that too, but then again, I think no, I couldn't because I'm too social of a person. If you guys ain't figured that out by me doing these live streams, and I crave contact. Um, I was feeling down one day, and I told Steve, because Steve's like, do you have to do these live streams every night? Because at one point I was practically doing them every night. And I said, yeah, I do, because I need that contact with other people. I like getting in there. People appreciate me doing these, and I get to talk to people. And I get real lonely sometimes because with me working from home and Steve working at the office, and then Steve comes home and he goes straight to bed. There's not much contact between the both of us. So I like this time with friends and stuff. So I don't think I could do it. I really don't think so. Blissful says she needs windows. I do too. I like the sunshine coming in and stuff.
No thanks. I don't need windows.
But go ahead, TJ. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. What else was I going to say about this? I can't remember. Okay. I guess that saying thing, just bursting out what because I forget too easy. I should just come out and just go. Anyway. But yeah, so yeah. I mean, I don't need contact unless I have a cold. That's a
Interesting.
That's like a Tylenol. They have contact. Never mind. Okay.
Right.
There was a stretch for a joke there. Boy.
That's okay.
So anyway, yeah, so she just starts losing it and she's crazy. And like I said, she starts, well, there's a point where you can tell she's losing it. She's like, because at the beginning, she's like, oh, my boyfriend, the lawyer. And then she's like, then she admits that they're not together anymore. And she starts insulting him. And, it's like, you think he's not a lawyer. He's an attorney. You don't know. He's a litigator. Like,
oh,
she kept saying like he had to have a title and be all fancy and stuff. And, she couldn't take that anymore. But, yeah, so she just starts freaking out. Like I said, she eats it. They force her to eat this pizza, and she says it has anchovies, and she starts hyperventilating, and she just kind of freaks out, and she's like, I can't take this anymore. I'm not going to deal with this anymore. So earlier she's going through sort of like I said, she's going through different tests, basically. She goes through a maze, but it's like invisible walls, so she's feeling around. And as she's feeling around and touches them, they appear, and then they disappear as she's walking. And so it's like it's like a maze. So at this end part, she after the pizza thing, she starts freaking out. She's like, I can't take this away. I'm gonna get out of here. And she turns and she smacks into one of the walls, and she falls very gracefully. By the way, she falls very. Yes. Like you can tell, she's like, she's been practicing that fall for a long time. It did not look organic at all, but it's fine in the episode. So we found out the twist is that she's been basically a rat in a maze, and the aliens have been testing her. We see these two. They got the standard alien, big face. Yeah. It kind of looks like there's an image of the original Star Trek, and there's like this big giant alien face on one of the like the monitor or whatever, and people remember this face. Also, there's sort of an alien like it in The Outer Limits too, with the slanted eyes and the big slanted eyes that are clear and the big purple head. And anyway, and they talk about how. So her whole thing is she couldn't take being alone, and she couldn't take being separated from the world. She like you said, she needed windows, she needed this. She starts doing all that before she basically, I guess she's dead, because the aliens talk about how humans think that they say one thing and they do another, and they lie to themselves and they lie to each other about things like this. And one of the aliens, I guess it's a male and a female, because one of them sort of has a more deep voice, and the other one's sort of a higher pitched voice. And the higher pitched one has been the one that's been watching Lily Taylor and giving her all these tests and whatever. And the alien goes, starts talking about, I feel something that I've never felt before. And the guy's like, I think he says grief, because of her loss of a pet. And she's basically been a pet all this whole time.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. I was like, I know I was kind of tired last night when I was watching some of these, but I was like, did they say something about a pet? And I thought, well, maybe they were going to maybe there were little aliens that wanted to have these humans as pets or something, and maybe that's what they were testing them to see
No,
if
she was a pet like rat. I keep saying Matt for some reason. She's a pet rat in a maze, or hamster, or because like I said, the big giant wheel and the tests and the maze and all that stuff is you know
like a lab rat. Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
I mean, yeah, it was a lab rat slash pet. So you get attached to the animal that you're going through all these motions and all that kind of stuff. Kind of like in the Planet of the Apes remake, but with the ape and they were what James Franco was. When James Franco was acceptable. Before he freaked out and became a wacko. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, that's the end of the episode. It's not a happy ending, but
No, not really. That one was a pretty downer ending. Which brings us to the next episode, Bed and Boar. Now, I like this episode.
It's fun.
Is a fun episode, and also has Steve Buscemi in it, playing one of the main characters in here.
Very early, right, in his career?
Yeah, it had to be very early.
Before The Sopranos, before Fargo,
Reservoir Dogs, all that type of stuff. So yeah, I really enjoyed this because this one really wasn't, in my opinion, it wasn't dark really. And the ending, when we get to the ending, that was, I just sat there and laughed at the ending, just because some people might think it's too silly when we get to that, but we'll see. So I'm going to go ahead and let TJ give you some background on this episode.
So Steve Buscemi is some kind of salesman. We don't know exactly what kind of salesman till later. And he's just in his hotel room, and he's just trying to get his paperwork done. And there's this couple having a big fight in the room right next door. For some reason, the management put them in rooms that are right next to each other. And he calls to complain, and it's like, there's like nobody else in this hotel but us. But you put us together, and now these people are causing a fight. And this woman on the other line, and she basically doesn't care. She's like, yeah, whatever. You paid for the room, and you're there, and deal with it. I mean, Yeah, he's like, great customer service here. Thanks a lot.
Weren't they telling him too, wanting him to pay for like extra fees to be able to move to another room or something?
Yeah, it's like they're like, you'll have to pay for. We'd have to send a maid in there, and they got to clean the room. And he's like, I just laid on the bed. I haven't even done anything. I haven't touched anything else.
Yeah, right. Bad management at this hotel.
Yeah, and then at a point, he's just like starts throwing things around because, all right, I'm here. I might as well just make a mess now. Meanwhile, like I said, there's a big fight, but there's like crashes and things breaking and
screaming. Like, really, the woman's pretty much screeching over there.
Yeah, and the whoever the husband is, he's making some loud ass noises and being very like calling her names and whatever. She calls him swine at one point. So yeah, and so he's like knocks on the wall with a shoe, and he's like, "You guys shut up in there! People trying to sleep over here." And he gets a phone call, and it's the guy from next door, and he's like, "You better get out of here. You better leave, or you're gonna be in trouble, basically." And he's like, "God, screw you! I ain't going anywhere.
This is my room. I paid for it."
Yeah. So it's some time goes by. It gets a knock on the. It's also been raining out for who knows how long. So he gets a knock at the door a little later, and it's the woman from next door. She's in a negligee and she's all kind of wet and drippy. And he's like, obviously he's automatically infatuated with her because that's what would happen when there's a semi-attractive girl at your front door all wet, and you get turned on and you fall in love immediately, because that's what happens.
That's what happens in a 21-minute episode.
Yeah. So he starts like hitting on her, and like she's like, "Can I have a towel?" He brings her the smallest hand towel to dry herself off, but then she takes a little bit of liberties, and she's like, "Oh, that towel wasn't big enough," and she grabs his bedspread and wraps it around her. And like, okay, she's being a little forward here, because when you going towards the bed, especially somebody who's just had a fight with her husband and you're both flirty with each other, and like, okay.
And the one shot of when I think she asked him if he's married.
Yeah, and he puts his hand behind his
hand behind
and they show a close up of him taking off his ring and putting it in his pocket. Yeah.
And it's like, I'm divorced.
He's like, yeah, I'm divorced. I was like, oh, that's too bad. Yeah.
That came out of his mouth way too easy. Way too easy, like he had done it before.
Yeah, she feels, well, if he had done it before, as soon as she came in the room, he would have taken the ring off. He wouldn't have waited too long. But anyway. So he had said before he was going to call the police, and he never did. And then she comes in, well, I want to call the police. And she ends up not calling the police because she likes Steve Buscemi's character. And they have sex. What a shock.
Yeah, I knew that.
And for what happened previously in the season, this is pretty fast. There's like, you don't see anything. You just, they have a little kissing and stuff like that, but it's basically, you don't see the sex scene, which I was shocked.
Yeah, maybe Steve Buscemi said, I'm not doing one of these spicier sex scenes like you had earlier. I don't know.
I don't know if he had to say that at that point in his career yet, but yeah, whatever. So they basically come up with a plan because they were in love now. Okay, sure. We're going to kill her husband because he has some land that's really worth $2 million. And, if he dies and disappears, she can or disappears or whatever, or dies, and they can both go off together and with the money. Well, we got to knock at the front door. It's the husband, and he breaks in. And just this earlier when they're talking about the husband, she calls him Porky Oink Oink.
Yeah. So
she's made a lot of pig references to her husband being a pig, and that's because he's literally a pig. Yeah. You see his face through the door. He's a pig. He's got the big ears, and he's got the tusks and the nose and everything, and the hooves in the hands, but he's sort of dressed in like overalls. I think he's overalls and like a flannel. So he's definitely like,
right.
You can tell he's a farmer or something like that. And they're like, oh, I thought your husband was attractive. It's like, well, even the most attractive people get ugly and turn into pigs. Is basically the moral of her story, at least. So he attacks him, and then I think. Wait a minute, does he stab him with something? I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, I thought he did.
Because the pig's arm gets all like cut up and stuff. And then they sort of lock him out again. I'm sorry, the sex scene comes up now. That's as I'm going through my reminders. The sex scene happens after the attacks him, which is like, when Pigman attacks you, you should leave. You should not stay and have sex. This is another episode where something like that happens, and I'm like, why did they just leave? Anyway, they have sex and they plan the murder, and he's like, well, I don't have to do my job anymore, and he opens up his salesman box, and it's all this silverware and silverware attachments, all kitchenware, he mentions a bunch of things, like there's a knives and forks, and he's like, what does he say? There's a
Doesn't,
gravy
doesn't
label.
yeah, doesn't he say something about flatware, or does she say flatware?
I can't remember. And she's like, oh, I'm not really, it's like real silver stuff. And she's like, yeah, I'm not really into silver.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a reason for that, but we'll get to that. So then the pigman comes through the wall, literally comes through the wall to attack them. And Steve Buscemi uses one of the knives and stabs him in the back, and basically kills him. And as before he gets killed, he's struggling with his wife, and she calls him a bitch. We think, but later, Steve Buscemi, after he's dead, and she's like, well, now we can kind of, we put his body in the trunk, and we'll go put it somewhere to hide it so no one can find it and whatever. And he's like, he didn't call you bitch. He called you witch.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll start right there for now. But
yeah, I liked the episode. I thought it was fun. Outside of the couple of ridiculous points that Steve, I don't know why I'm thinking about Steve. TJ and
Steve's a pig.
No, I don't think. Honestly, I don't think Steve's a pig.
He looks like Steve Buscemi.
Nah, he doesn't look like that either. But outside of the ridiculous things that TJ and I brought up about this episode, I still thought it was fun, but it's not. It's definitely not a dark episode, in my opinion, unless you count the husband busting through the wall and having a pig head and hands or hooves, and stuff.
Well, he's brutally killed.
Yeah, I guess that could be considered dark. But who was the actress that played the woman that played the wife in this? Because she looked
Jody Markell. I don't know. She was in nothing that nameless. She did TV. She did various. She was in The Dead Don't Die, but I don't remember her in that at all.
I mean, maybe I saw her on a television show or something.
Yeah, she did a lot of TV. A lot of these people do TV from these.
Mm-hmm.
I think most of these people that's where they got them. TV from TV.
But I found her pretty annoying throughout. I don't know. There was something annoying about her.
Okay.
And TJ may have a different idea about her. You didn't find her annoying, TJ?
No, she was fine.
I don't know. There was something about her that just rubbed me the wrong way from the beginning. And I can't really put my finger on it. But other than that, I enjoyed the episode. So I'm going to turn it back over to TJ so he can give the twist.
One of the comments she makes after her husband gets killed, she's like, well, people love bacon. We can. He's just a pig. We can just sell him to some place and he can make bacon out of him. I mean, they get a lot of bacon out of him. So meanwhile, she sort of starts at one point saying some weird words and wiggling her hands and whatever. And she's sort of putting a spell on Steve Buscemi to make him basically do what because he realizes that she's not right. And but it's too late. She has now control over him. She has him take the body out to the trunk. Meanwhile, he's making some weird noises. And then he comes back and the camera shows his legs and they're all muddy and gross and it pans up and she's like, what have you been up to? Well, I saw a mud puddle and I had to kind of wallow in the mud puddle. And you can see he's starting to change into a pig because she has put a spell on him.
He's got the pig nose, and I think one of his ears, you can see the...
Yeah, one of his ears, and he's got the nose, and his eyes are sort of like sunken in, and yeah.
Yeah.
And he starts scratching his head, and he has a little hoof on his hand. So yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I guess she goes around marrying guys who have money and turning them into pigs, and then slaughtering them, and then going on to the next guy.
Didn't she say early on that she'd had 3 husbands?
She had 3 husbands, yeah.
And every one of them, they started out as kind of like Prince Charming, and then turned into...
handsome and charming, and and then they turn into pigs, yeah.
Exactly. Which is what a lot of women would say, but in this case, this is literal.
She didn't lie to him. I mean, not really. I mean, she sort of was telling him at the beginning what was going on, but guys wouldn't see a pretty girl, they're like, forget logic, we're just gonna be stupid.
Yeah, they're not. I'm not going to go any further than saying the guys don't think with their brains, or thinking with something else.
I've never done that. Oh, look, this Texas Chainsaw Massacre Blu-ray. Let me look at this.
TJ's going to change the subject real quick.
So the next episode,
yeah.
Do you have anything more to say about that?
Is Mr. Schwaber.
You didn't say the name in the episode.
Yeah. But I have a hard time saying it.
No, I know.
I need that kid that's in the episode to come on.
Mr. Schwaber.
Yeah. So this had the reappearance of what is it, Kate McGregor,
Kate McGregor Stewart. Yep, she was in 2 episodes of Tales from the Dark Side. She was in Grandma's Last Wish and the Comet Watch.
Both. Well, I liked her best in Grandma's Last Wish because
she was nice. She was a nice regular person. She wasn't the screaming harpy woman.
Bitchy woman. And I don't know. I probably consider this character in this episode of Monsters the worst. Because she's just a terrible mother in this episode. Terrible.
Yeah, who's the real monster in this episode?
And I do want to, I'm not going to give anything away, but I just want to ask TJ, during this episode, did you feel like it was kind of like a different take on the Cinderella story at any point in time?
I mean, yeah. I mean, as far as the basic idea of the kid, basically, the mother and sister basically just tell him everything to do, and he does the laundry, and like the mother gives him a whole list of things when she's trying to punish him, like I don't remember exactly things, but like things like paint the house and at one point she says, make all my phone calls for work. I'm like, what?
I'd be like, what is wrong with you? But anyway, I'm going to let TJ go ahead and talk about the episode as a whole here.
Just bit my finger on the screen. Anyway, yeah. So this like I said, this kid, I don't think he's abused, but they threaten him a lot. Him and the sister and mother, like I said, makes him do the laundry and clean the floors and do the bathrooms and do all that kind of stuff. And he just wants to play with his trains and his he couldn't afford, or his mother wouldn't buy him like actual dinosaur toys. So he has tinfoil, and they're made up into T-Rex and Brontosaurus, and
he does a good job for a little kid.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the props department did those in real life.
Yeah. Well, we're supposed to believe the kid did them. I was like, this kid's pretty creative if he can, make these.
Yeah. So, and mother's always threatening his. I'm gonna destroy your dinosaurs, and I'm gonna break your train set. And I think it was the last thing his father gave him was the train set, because there's like this one. Obviously, it's the father's. I think he's dead, or I don't know if they mentioned. I can't remember.
I think he left probably because he couldn't deal with.
That's right. There's a point where the mother's like, "You're just like your father," and he left because he couldn't, because I wouldn't, because he wouldn't do what I wanted him to do, and he wouldn't do what I told him. I'm like, oh, okay, I see what happened.
Yeah, he couldn't take orders from me, and I'm the boss around here.
Yeah, which leaving your son to kind of like take over for you is kind of like a, a dick move, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of these episodes, there aren't great families dynamics.
No, and it seems like the father is absent in a lot of these episodes, either through, the parents got a divorce or the father just left
But
or
died.
the father died. I mean, yeah, not great parental figures all the way around in these episodes.
So he gets a box of cereal, and he's looking for the prize. And he's got one of those little things that you throw in the water and they expand.
Mhm.
Well, he does that, and it turns into this little creature, sort of like a little dinosaur. Frog dinosaur hybrid, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Called Mr. Schwalber. SWLABR, if you can. And he's like, "Oh, I gotta hide you because mom would throw you out or kill you or whatever." And he starts drinking things around, and as he drinks things, he gets bigger.
Right.
And he starts talking. First he didn't talk. Now he's like, I can't even do the voice now. He's like, he's like this. He got a voice like this. He's like this.
And he also
says, look him up. He says that a lot.
The mother makes dandelion wine, and so there's a big barrel of dandelion wine, and he really likes that stuff.
He's like, good, lick 'em ups.
Yeah, lick 'em ups.
And he's like, no, don't drink that. She'll get mad and she'll kill me if and this kid's like, I know he's kind of trapped there, but like, stick up for yourself and like, what are you gonna? He could call the child authorities, and it's like even the sister's like this kind of like husky blonde young girl.
She's a bitch, is what she is.
Yeah,
sister is.
Her name's Barbie, and she's like when you first see her, she's like, I could be a model, and he's like stunned because he doesn't know what to say, and she gets mad at him, but like, you don't think I'm beautiful? She's like, if you have the Charlie Brown episode where she's like, you do think I'm beautiful, don't you, Charlie Brown? You didn't say anything. You hesitated. I don't have been insulted. So it's like one of those. She's like, I'll tell mom, and she's like, I'll tell mom you did this and did that, and because she starts drinking the wine, and he's like, don't drink the wine, mom will get mad. And she goes, I'll tell him you did. And, it's like, so he's like, he's trapped. He can't really he has no solace. And
the mother has a favorite red blouse. This is brought up several times during the episode. And the sister, here's how much of a bitch she is. She didn't care anything about her brother, not even a tiny, tiny bit.
No.
And she puts bleach in the laundry where that red shirt is and just destroys that shirt.
Yep. So, all this stuff goes on, and then the mother comes downstairs. Well, she's come downstairs before, yeah. But she, let me see. Yeah, there we go. So the mother and daughter come downstairs, and they see, they don't know what it is at first. They think he has a pet. And the mother's like, I told you, no puppies. And he's like, it's not a puppy. And they sort of start chasing it around, and they haven't seen it yet.
And she's spraying it with the water hose. The mother.
Oh yeah, she starts chasing it around, and it goes into one of the, like a closet area. And she's like, oh, that's where the puppy is? And he's like, there's no puppy. And she's like, okay, so I'm gonna get the not puppy. And she gets the hose and she starts spraying it, and you hear the Schwalber in there kind of like making noises and stuff like that. And you don't hear anything, and she's afraid, so she sends the daughter over, and the daughter's like, Mom, and she's like, go. And she's like, okay, even she's a little scared of her mother, so obviously she doesn't treat her that well, that's probably why she's mad. I'm gonna guess it's the what do you call it? The what do you call it of abuse? The ladder of it's like
Oh yeah.
it's something of abuse. Like the mother abuses the sister, and the sister abuses the brother, and then that kind of thing. So she opens. She goes over and she opens it and she's like, oh my, and then this big gush of green slime just like covers her and she's like, Mom! And the mother goes over as he walks out and you see these two giant fins, flippers start walking and then the whole Schwaber's like 8 feet tall. And she's like, oh, hello. And then this big slime goes all over her. And she's like, oh. And then I'm just going to finish the episode. It cuts to Schlauber drinking something, and you hear a voiceover, and the kid's like, oh, yeah, he's grown. I think he's grown to his full size. He just keeps drinking now and stays the way he is. And then you see the mother and sister covered in slime, and the kid starts playing with his trains, and they start doing the noises, and they're going woo woo, and the mother's going woo woo, and the daughter's going chugga 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 woo, and they're just like, and the kid and Schwab are all happy, and it's a happy ending.
Yeah.
She's never gonna abuse him and tell him to do anything ever again.
No, and that was kind of like, because nobody gets killed, nothing really malicious happens to anybody.
No, it's a dead father, or the father left, but other than that.
Yeah, other than that. And it's not a dark episode unless you count the abuse, the mother's abuse.
I mean, yeah.
Which I never take child abuse lightly, or any kind of abuse.
No, this isn't like that episode that I hated where I was just like,
oh,
with the family with the giant rats, and I was just like, no, I'm not gonna like this episode.
Yeah, that one was 10 times worse.
But this was more comedic, so it just was like that. Like you said, it's like Allison won the. It's like Cinderella. It's not like they're forcing him to do stuff, but like they would never do anything. I don't think.
Story if the Cinderella story was about a young boy as opposed to being about a girl.
Well, yeah, but it's it's a mother instead of, like, if it was an abusive father, I think that would be worse. I mean,
yeah.
And this was also directed. Warner Shook directed a lot of TV episodes.
Yeah, I like his style though, because he did at least one Tales from the Dark Side. I know he may have done more. I just can't remember right now. Which brings us to,
he did 3 actually.
Did he do 3?
He directed Grandma's Last Wish.
Oh, that's right.
And he directed Comet Watch. I'm gonna guess that him and What's Her Face are friends because she was in 3 his things that he directed. And he also directed Deliver Us from Goodness, which was
that one was okay. It was fun in a lot of ways, but probably not the best episode.
Mm-hmm.
Which brings us to Perchance to Dream, which I like this one. I'm curious to see what TJ thought of it, but
it's a weird one. I liked it though. Yeah, it was.
I kept feeling like, even though you didn't have Freddy Krueger popping out saying some wisecracking.
If this was on Freddy's Nightmares back then that would have probably been what was happening in the episode.
Yeah, exactly. It reminded me a little bit of a Freddy's Nightmares episode without Freddy and without really super bad things happening. Because as we all know, anytime Freddy's around, something really bad is usually going to happen. So this one was lighter than a Freddy's Nightmares. But at the same time, the atmosphere seemed like a Freddy's Nightmares episode. But I'm going to let TJ talk a little bit about this episode.
I was trying to find an IMDb for this, but I couldn't find one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like Oh no. This is a remake of a Twilight Zone episode.
Oh.
There's an episode of the Twilight Zone called "Perchance to Dream," and it's kind of the same thing. It's like, okay, so this. Let me get into the episode. So there's this college student who's him and his girlfriend, who she looked familiar, but I cannot.
Yeah, I know I've seen her.
Sarah Buxton. I have no idea who that is.
Her look is very, very familiar. She's a cute girl.
Where can I find her?
She had to have been either on some television that I've seen or another movie or something.
Here it is. Okay, I got it. Let me see. Ooh, what she looks like now? Jeez, she looks like a housewife.
Oh, well.
She looks like a housewife from the
yeah, she does.
show. She's had some work done, let's say.
Yeah.
Oh, she was in. I don't. Oh, she was one of the girlfriends in Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead.
Ah.
Oh, she was in Rock and Roll High School Forever. I'm sure Garrett would recognize her.
Yeah. She was in Nightmare Beach as well, or Welcome to Spring Break. She played Gail.
She was in Freddy's Nightmares. That's kind of
that's kind of strange. She was in Who's the Boss episode.
She was in Primal Rage. Oh, okay. That was a Italian. Who directed that?
She was in The Sure Thing as well. That's probably where I really remember her from. She played Sharon in The Sure Thing because I watched The Sure Thing again not very long ago.
She's in the dudes. The main guy looks familiar too. Oh my god! Okay, no one's seen this except for me. He was in Once Upon a Time, the TV series. He played Jiminy Cricket.
Oh.
Now I like. Oh, he looks so familiar. Now I know why. He was in Risky Business.
Yeah, I knew he looked familiar.
Yeah, he's on a lot of TV. Yeah, okay. This guy's okay.
Sarah Buxton in 2006, she was on a movie called Little Children. She played a character called Slutty K.
That's when you don't have lines. You get names like that as your character. Oh, he's in The Hidden 2. Oh, okay. I remember him in that. All right. Okay. Yeah, Okay, anyway, so he's having hallucinations. You see a book starts opening and closing like it's a monster and it's going to attack him. Also, I like the beginning because it's like it reminds me of Beetlejuice at the beginning when the camera's going through the town and then you realize it's not the town. Well, this is supposed to be a town, but it looks like a model.
Exactly, it does.
But I think it's a whole part of him dreaming because you don't know what in this is reality, and it's one of those episodes where you don't know what's real and what's not real because of all the things you're seeing. There's a part where he's imagining a nun with a ruler at the I have a dream where like you're in school and the teacher's there. Well, it's like one of those dreams where there's a nun with a ruler and she's a giant nun, and
that's something else. If this had been a Freddy's Nightmares episode or a Nightmare on Elm Street movie,
that would have been Freddy.
The nun probably would have turned into Freddy, and then Freddy probably would have stabbed him or beat him into the floor with that ruler or something.
Yeah, he's just trying to do his homework, and he can't because all these distractions and like these weird. He hears a train outside his window, and is a point where he sees the train right by his window. It fills up the window as you see it driving by. So his girlfriend, played by this girl who's been in everything.
Yeah.
Megan, she's like his girlfriend because there's a point with this. She's like, I know there's this professor of psychology, and he knows about paranormal stuff too. She says some phrase, I couldn't figure out what she said, but it's like something paranormal, something or other. And he's like, he can help you with this, and he's like, I don't want to bring someone else into this, but she's like, no, this will be good for you, and they kiss because whatever the girl kisses you, you do what she wants.
Doesn't he say something like, why do we have to bring that idiot or that moron into it or something?
Yeah, he's like some wacky teacher a psychologist teacher at the college that they're at. So yeah, played by Kenneth Danziger, who was he in Warlock? Wait a minute. Yeah, he was in Warlock. Who the hell was he in Warlock? Oh, he was one of the people at the beginning of the movie when sentencing the Warlock to whatever. What's his? Yeah. Anyway, so he's one of those old looking scientists. Is he bald? No, I don't think he's bald. Yeah, he's almost bald. He's baldish. Anyway, he plays nebbish with the glasses and the bow tie. So he's like, he's a teacher. I'm a teacher.
Even got that teacher voice.
Yeah. So she told him about all his dreams and stuff like that, and he just thinks he's just sleep deprived until he starts seeing the same things. And he's like, no, other people. I thought it was crazy until other people started seeing things. And then I think he sees the nun. He sees the giant ruler come through the window, and the nun, chastising the guy Alex. And Alex is like, he asked Alex at one point, you're Catholic, right? Because he just figures from the nun. That's like one of his fantasies.
Right.
He basically says, you have to. I've been reading these books from, is it Native Americans or something like that, or whatever, about dreams and whatever, and how dreams are your subconscious, but dreams can actually become reality in these books that he's read, and he's got to basically go in there and confront what's going on. He's like, well, how did this happen? Like, well, I was on a subway, aha, and he was attacked, aha. There's a point where he's attacked too in his fantasies by this kind of big hulking guy. Well, he was attacked by this guy, and he got hit in the head, and ever since then he's been having these hallucinations.
And he's unable to sleep as well.
Yeah, he hasn't slept in like 13, 14 days, something like that.
That reminds me of Freddy's Nightmares or Nightmare on Elm Street, because they don't want to sleep. I don't know if it's he's scared.
No, he can't sleep. He won't.
Just can't.
He's awake all the time. He wants to go to sleep. That's the whole point.
So in that way it's different, but in the way that he is unable to sleep, when you don't sleep, I think there's a line in A Nightmare on Elm Street where they tell Nancy, they say,
if you don't sleep, you go.
Yeah.
Roger Rabbit tells her that.
But anyway, sorry, TJ, go ahead.
So like I said, he puts it together. The attack, so he's seeing the train, and he's seeing the guy, and then stuff from his past, like the nun. So this crack opens up in the wall, and that's the entrance to his dream world, I guess, the actual world that these things are coming from. And he's like, well, you have to, the teacher dude, he's like, well, you have to basically face yourself, because in the dream world, he's like, I read that you have a doppelganger, and there's someone in there who you have to confront, and only then will you be able to stop what's going on. So his girlfriend decides to go in there. She's like, you're not going in there without me. I'm going. That's it. She's like, she puts her foot down. So she goes in with him, and she starts. They sort of fall into like the big crack opens up in the floor, and they fall into the crack in the floor, not into the wall. And they think that the teacher falls in with them, but no, he's still up on the bed, kind of looking into it. He's yelling down to them, Alex, Megan, I want to say something funny to show you what that it's 89-90. There's a Paula Abdul poster on the wall.
And the
crack opens up right next to the Paula Abdul poster. But anyway.
What is that? I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong because Nanette Cherry or whatever. Does anybody remember that person?
No.
I'm not sure if that was I'm going to have to look it up now because that's going to bother me. Okay, they were a Swedish singer-songwriter.
No.
Yeah, so I'm not sure. Maybe in 90, maybe she was popular.
I know ABBA, that's it.
And she was a rapper too, an occasional DJ and broadcaster. Yeah, okay. She's 59 years old now, of course.
Well, yeah, everybody gets old.
Yeah, everybody's. We're not going to stay the same.
All right. I was just reading that the voice of Schlaber, the voice actor his name was Rockets Red Glare. Rockets, one word, Red Glare, last name. Yeah, he was a big voiceover guy. He did a lot of voiceover stuff with that name. I don't know if that was his real name or not. He also was like motel clerk in Big, so he's got a long list.
Okay.
But I just wanted to bring that up because I just thought that's a great name.
It is.
And his wife, Homer the Free. No, that's not gonna work. Yeah. Anyway, and the Brave. Anyway, so they go into the dream world, and there's things like stuff from when he was a kid. He's like, "Oh, there's this toy that my brother broke on me, and there's this giant nutcracker, and there's this toy soldier. No, it was a toy soldier, and then there's this giant book, which literally says "Book of Dreams," is in his dream. Then he opens a door, and it's Megan, but she's in this like white she looks like she's in a rock, an 80s rock video. She looks like a rock video girl with like the white draped cloth all over her, and she's all sexy and coming on to him, and Megan's like, "What's in there?" And he's like, "Nothing. It's not my fantasy about you at all. That's hiding in this closet."
I found that amusing.
Then the point where they're searching around, and there's like this giant boom box that they go around, and it's like a lot of the stuff is like very, I guess whatever the CGI at the time would be called. It wasn't CGI back then. It was very matte. Look at matte. A lot of matte work. There's like a matte lines where you could see like it was a giant book, and it was them around the corner, but you can see it wasn't connected to where they were really. But for what it is, it's late 80s, early 90s, and it's a dream world type of situation. So this one you can forgive for the bad special effects stuff.
Right.
We don't need to go in and remaster the special effects.
Nah, not for this, I don't think.
So Alex comes face to face with the guy who attacked him on the subway, and they have this sort of fight. And Megan's is like, basically, he's the doppelganger that you have to face. You have to face him, and you have to accept him. So yeah, and that's sort of how it comes to that point where he has to basically stick up for himself and come face to face with not his real assailant, but in his mind, the one who's basically keeping him from going to sleep, which I understand. You have this trauma with a specific thing, and that thing is what's keeping you awake, and you're afraid that it's gonna come for you again. I mean, the guy could find them again. I'm sure that's part of his what's besides the supernatural aspect. That's part of what his subconscious is afraid, basically.
Right.
And he's got to accept his doppelganger. Yeah, I mean and he does. And I'm not going to bother with some of these reveal endings. He basically accepts his doppelganger, and it's weird because he gives him a hug, and the guy's going for the hug, but it's like this big guy dressed like a biker with the do rag on his head, the big leather jacket, and his big giant husky guy, and it's like he's going in for the bro hug, and I was like, it was kind of funny, but and that sort of ends the dream. And they come back into reality, and he just wants to go to sleep. And the teacher's like, yeah, but you gotta tell me everything that happened. You both gotta write down. And Megan's like, you gotta leave. Well, don't worry, we'll deal with this later.
And she at that point in time, once the teacher leaves, she turns on the sexy.
Yes,
like real quickly. I'm like, whoa.
Because she thinks, we can finally. Because she takes off her shirt, and she's in this not flattering bra at all. You can tell she didn't have that much skin. I'm going to guess that's why she was wearing that. Yeah, and she wants to do it, and he's just sleeping, and it ends with him sleeping, and her not fulfilled for the night.
So if you guys and maybe some of you gals thought there was going to be a little bit of TV sex action, you didn't get it.
No.
This episode. Liz was talking about the Vampire Diaries, and Chris C says, I can't watch stuff like the Vampire Diaries, too much like Twilight to me.
I hate that stuff.
I don't think I've ever watched the Vampire Diaries, but if it's like Twilight, I wouldn't like it.
I watched the original, what was that with Shannon Doherty was a witch, Charmed. I watched that, but that's as close as I got to those terrible shows with the tweens and the vampire tweens. And it's like, it's all Twilight. It's all stupid. It's like, forget it.
But Blitzel says, Chris, I can't handle sparkly vampires. I can't handle sparkly vampires either. I'll tell this story real quick. I was having a discussion with somebody when I was still working for my first library job, actually. And Twilight had just exploded, and people were going on, some people were going on about it. And so I was talking to somebody that enjoyed the books. And they were an adult. They weren't a tween or a teenager talking to me about it. And I said, I don't like those types of vampires. That's not vampires to me. And I said, real vampires don't sparkle. And they looked at me and they said, Dana, vampires aren't real. You know what I mean? It's like classic vampires. You don't catch Dracula sparkling. That would be ridiculous. I'm just very old school.
Except his floors, they're very clean.
Yeah, exactly. But I think she just had to make a joke to kind of take a jab at me because I was going on about how I didn't like the vampires in Twilight. So, I guess, TJ, is there anything else you wanted to say about Perchance to Dream?
No.
Move on. Okay.
It was like I said, it was a very surreal, fun episode.
It was a fun episode.
Nobody died.
No, nobody died. Which brings us to One Wolf's family with Jerry, is it Jerry Stiller?
Yep, the whole Stiller family is in this, except for Not Ben Stiller. Every Stiller is in this, but not Ben
But
Stiller.
not Ben. Yeah, exactly. Which explains TJ's
Well, I mean, if
name.
you're going to beat them over the head, yes, it explains.
Mhm. Yeah, it didn't have to beat me over the head because I did get it. I didn't act like I got it, but
No,
I
I know.
um this is I like this episode. Some people might think it's silly, a little goofy
Hmm.
at times, but guess who else is in this other than Jerry Stiller and almost his entire family is the actress who played Lena Hagstrom in the
Hmm.
episode from Tales from the Dark Side, Word
Yep.
Processor of the Gods. I was like, that's her. That's got to be her. So I went and looked it up last night, and I was like, yep, that's her. Um,
There's a Jerry Stiller connection. She was in. She did a voice in the Devil's Advocate episode.
she did, yeah,
She's one of the phone callers who's talking to him on the phone. I think she's like tells him to drop dead or something like that.
yeah. And in this episode, she's just kind of a nosy neighbor
And
who's
she's Mrs. Kravitz from Bewitched. Who's
times about 10
but
or
she's racist and a bigot also. So
yeah, she is. But she tries to act like she's not. So
yeah,
she's kind of super annoying on all those levels.
she doesn't really hide it that well. I think she comes out a lot that she's racist. She says it to the people who she's being racist towards.
Yeah, exactly. She gets nastier as the episode goes on, I think.
Yeah.
She starts out being slightly annoying and then just goes on from there. But I'm gonna turn it over to TJ to go over this episode.
So it has real life. They both passed away, but real life married couple Ann Mara and Jerry Stiller, both actors. Amy Stiller, their daughter, plays their daughter Anya in this. So the chemistry works obviously because if it didn't, they'd have a terrible family life. So so we have Greta and Victor. Greta is getting the house ready because and dinner and everything because Anya is bringing her boyfriend over to meet the family. They've never met him before. They've never met Stanley. Victor was very excited. He bought half a bottle of wine so expensive it was half his week's pay, and I'm like, how much was that wine, and how much do you get paid? Either you don't get paid a lot, or that wine was way too much money. And they're from another country. They talk about the old country. They're vaguely European, Eastern European-ish. She's got more of an accent than he does. He's more like Jerry Stiller. He yells a lot. And, he has a specific way he talks.
I like his character better than in The Devil's Advocate, though.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're not supposed to like him in The Devil's Advocate.
Oh.
He's a jerk, disc jockey, butthead. You don't supposed to like. So anyway, and they're very playful and family. Like she growls at him and tries to bite his neck a couple times. Very cute. Until she opens a refrigerator and there's some dead bodies in there. And why is that? Because they are werewolves. That's why. And they came from the old country for a new life where people aren't judged by what they, who they are and where they come from. And Victor makes a big stance about, yes, that's why we came to America. We came to America to start a new life. And obviously kill joggers because there's this jogger that's the body, the arm, and the whole body's in the refrigerator, kind of all chewed up. It looks, like Jack from American Wolf of London after he was initially killed.
I just wanted to break in here real quick. I saw Chris ask a question. He said, Monsters is on the streaming service. It is available on Prime, I see. It says you can watch now free with ads. So,
I watched it on Amazon, and Amazon only has the first season.
oh, just the first season?
Yeah, I don't think it has 2 and 3.
Oh.
I mean, I tried to watch the second season on there, and it said it wasn't available.
Oh, well, dang.
So yeah.
Yeah, I believe you're right, TJ. I was just. Well, that's a cheat.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it was from a third party too. It wasn't directly through.
Yeah, it says the
Amazon.
video is currently unavailable to watch in your location.
Yeah.
Huh. Weird.
Maybe get a VPN and switch your country of location, and maybe you can get the.
Yeah, maybe you can watch it. Maybe Russia or something.
If they would watch this and like to sponsor Dana and her channel. Yeah, so there's no hiding there with werewolves. First his teeth come out, and he starts. That's when he's like, because we find out that Stanley is not exactly like us. He changes like us, but he's a were-hyena, and were-hyenas are scavengers. Victor hates them, and she's like, I thought you said everybody here deserves a new start and everything, but not were-hyenas named Stanley. They're not allowed to have a new life, is what he says. Yeah. And she gets the fangs out. She's like, no, this is, and I noticed that her voice is dubbed when we first see her fangs, and I'm guessing she couldn't talk with the fake teeth in, so they had to overdub it, and you can tell that she's barely moving her mouth and what she's saying, which I thought was funny. But this is a comedy episode, so I think it adds to the funny part of it being a funny thing. So they get into a fight about it. And no, Stanley, you're going to be a good boy, and you're going to do what I tell you, and you're going to be nice to Stanley. Victor, you're going to be nice to Stanley, and that's it. Victor, you're going to be nice to Stanley. I'm doing a terrible accent. And she didn't do it. Hers isn't that much better either, but yeah. So they have dinner. Oh, meanwhile, we have the Mrs. Peabody, Agnes, and she comes to the door, and she's like, can I borrow a cup of cheese? Meanwhile, you see in the refrigerator, there's just heads, a whole body, and then there's a little sign that says cheese above the severed heads. And she's like, I'm coming for a cup of cheese, like, because that's what you usually come in for. And she's like, oh, I'll just get it. And Greta's like, oh, no, I will get it for you. And she reaches in, and you see the heads, and then she shuts the door. And she's like, oh, I see you have an interesting kitchen. And then you see on the walls is like, it was all cleavers and very scary looking knives and
books about preparing meat.
Yeah, there's a bunch of books. Isn't there
an anatomy book too?
Yes. Let's see, what are there? There's the meat cookbook. There's more meat 2. There's meat. Then we get to there's a big beef chart, and it has all the cuts of different parts of beef and meat and whatever, and then it gets to the then there's an anatomy chart of the body, the human body, and then the muscle parts, and then there's a list of stuff. There's a giant cleaver on the counter, and then there's like the thing you pull, like there's pliers and stuff. And
I don't understand why Miss Peabody was so upset. Everybody has that stuff in their kitchen, right?
Yeah. She's like, well, this is a lovely kitchen. And then there's the anatomy books and and she's just like, oh, and then she's making some racist comments, and and meanwhile the Victor's there, and she's like, well, at least there's like. He's saying things. I forget. He says stuff about it. He's like, there's like people who should mind their own business. It should not be sticking their nose into other people's situations. Should leave. He's basically telling her off, and she's like, well, okay. And she leaves, like, not that insulted, but and he's reading like a wildlife book, and there's like a big giant dogs playing pool
Yeah.
painting behind him, which is kind of funny. And they finally get Mrs. Peabody the hell out of there, and everybody's relieved. And so it's later that evening, and they're eating dinner. Stanley's got these little front teeth, and he's eating a big foot that's on his plate.
And he
He's like,
he goes like that.
yeah, he's a hyena, so he laughs like a yeah.
So that's
And-
what I thought people might think is a little ridiculous, but you're right though. He's a were hyena. So
I mean, we knew it at the beginning of the episode. I mean, and that's what hyenas do, I guess. Meanwhile, Victor's just looking on disgusted because were hyenas are scavengers. And you're just scavengers, and you just eat the slop that's laying on this ground after people walk on it. Don't you, Stanley? And he's just saying a lot of stuff like that. And Anya's just in love, and it's like, Dad, don't say. It's basically a family situation where you bring the boy home, and the father doesn't like him, and he's insulting them, and he's like, you're sniveling. Your people are all sniveling cowards, and how could you support my daughter, much less provide for her? Because you're spineless, and you have no backbone, and all that, and
at some point, at first, Stanley doesn't seem like it's hurting his feelings.
No, Stanley's just laughing everything off as a joke, and he's not taking anything to.
But as the father goes on, he starts to look sad.
I mean, he's in love with Anya. That's nice, But yeah, and he's like, he's then the fangs come out literally, and he jumps across the table at Stanley, knocks him down, and he's like, "Get out of my house! You're not good enough for my daughter. You're not good enough for this family. Get out!" And he's like, "I'll prove to you that I am right for your daughter, and I'll come back." Blah blah blah. And he's like, he runs out, and it's like, okay. Actually, I like when he falls back, and you see his feet kind of dangling for a second, and and that's actually an act break, and then it continues from Victor getting mad and throwing him out of the house. So so he leaves, and the daughter's upset, the mother's upset, everybody's upset, and guess what? Miss Peabody is outside the house, kind of looking around, and she finds out that they're werewolves. And she has a photograph, and she takes pictures.
All I could think about when she was taking the pictures was, if this was now, somebody would have their cell phone out and getting like pictures and video and everything. That's all I could think about. But anyway, go ahead, TJ.
Well, the first episode, with Lily Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
You do that movie nowadays, it would be some influencer, who they can't live without their phone or whatever, and they sneak, they drive them crazy because they can't use their phone. I mean,
right.
I know when I go to like somewhere and I forget my phone, I'm like, I have nothing to do. My fingers, and I'm bored.
Exactly.
I need to scroll, and anyway,
we've become addicted.
Oh yeah. So she goes back to her house, and she calls the cops, and they're like, "Yeah, we know you, lady. You call us all the time with your." She's like, "I know I was wrong about the UFOs, and I was wrong about this, and I was wrong about that, but there are werewolves behind."
And they think she's drunk too, and she's like, "I'm not drunk."
Yeah, she's just obviously does this a lot. Meanwhile, Victor's on his recliner watching somebody screaming, so it's some kind of movies, scary movies going on. But to them, it's probably just a relaxing.
It's probably a comedy to them or something.
Yeah, because he's smoking a pipe or a cigar, and he's just like relaxing. And we cut back to Mrs. Peabody. She's like, all right, I'm going to get proof. And then she has her camera with her. And she starts taking photos. And somebody comes up behind her. And it's Stanley. But she thinks he's somebody the cop sent over that's going to investigate what's going on. And she's like, oh, we can't let people like this. I mean, not only are they werewolves, but they're foreigners.
Yeah.
So,
werewolves, that's even worse.
We don't want people like that around. And he goes, yes, we don't want people who are like that around, meaning her. And she turns around, and he's got his fangs out. Well, actually, first he taps her on. He reaches out to her, and his hands got claws on them all of a sudden, and then he taps her like, "Hello," very like cute, like "Hello," and then she turns around and Well, earlier in the episode, she said she was going to come around and bring dessert. Well, well, guess what? Stanley burst through the door with a box in his hand, and he's like, "You said I would have been able to take care of your daughter and provide for her. Well, I provided." And they're all like, "Stanley, you have a backbone." And Victor's very like, "Well," he's like, "Well, I'm proud of you for sticking up for yourself finally," and everybody's all happy about this. And then he's like, "Well, I brought dessert," and he puts the box down, and they open it up, and they all look into it, and they're all werewolf fanged, and they're like, "Oh," she's all decorated with like an apple, and there's like frosting on her head, and one of them takes some frosting and tastes it, and Greta goes, "Well, she did say she wanted to bring dessert," and then Anya goes, "Oh, Mama, you're terrible," and they all laugh at the Mrs. Peabody's severed head, and the whole family is together, and they're gonna get married, and they're gonna live happily after, and she's gonna have his cubs, and they're all set.
Yeah. I wonder what happened to the rest of Mrs. Peabody. I wonder where her body was. Did Stanley just eat it? Maybe he ate the rest of it.
She's in the yard. They'll grab her later. And,
put her in the freezer. They've got a deep freeze. They'll put her in there.
Yeah, that would have been funny if they had like the basement and they had like one of those big giant freezers in the basement.
Yeah, they needed to have just one quick scene like that. Yeah, again, I enjoyed this. Again, some people will probably think it's kind of goofy and be like,
It is, but it's endearing and it's
and you can't. I've said this before. You can't have so many dark episodes or have all dark episodes because I don't think these shows would work if you had all very, very dark episodes. So I think it's good to have a little more comedic. I mean, it had some elements in it. You had body parts and stuff in the refrigerator and things like that. You had Mrs. Peabody's head with
I think Scream 6 stole the scene from this. The body in the refrigerator.
Exactly. So, moving on to the next episode, The Offering. Now, I liked this episode, but this was it was pretty dark, but the creatures in this are, in my opinion, amazing. So I keep coming back to this as I'm watching some of these episodes of, Wes might be, or CK might be just kidding a little bit when he comes in here and he says, nobody watches Monsters. Monsters is shitty, on and on again. But as I'm rewatching a lot of these episodes, and in some cases it's been so long since I've seen them, it's like watching them for the first time again. When I get to ones like The Offering, I'm like, no, this show is a pretty decent show. Um, I almost would have liked to seen where they could have went, if they had had 4 seasons or 5 seasons or something like that.
Yeah,
Um, if, it could have gotten worse, but it could have also had a lot of episodes like this in it.
yeah.
Um, so I'm going to turn it over to TJ to talk a little bit about it. I'm kind of curious to see what he thought of the creatures in this one.
They remind me of The Hidden.
Uh,
Have you seen The Hidden?
I haven't, but I haven't actually gotten around to
The
watch.
creatures are kind of reminding me of
Gotcha.
the gooey bug-like kind of creatures. Like yeah. This episode, I was like, I remembered it when I was watching it, and I was like, oh, cancer episode. Ugh.
Yeah, that wasn't so great.
I was like, great, this is what I need right now, an episode about some family member dying of cancer. Okay. So my dad's doing good. It's just he still has cancer, so whatever.
Right. I totally get that. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, so I had to fast forward through the medical stuff because I was like, I can't watch this. So yeah, it's about this guy who he went to visit his mother at the hospital, who has a pretty bad, if they don't say she's terminal, but she has really bad cancer. Like she's in the hospital, she's bedridden, she's unconscious. So he had gotten into an accident on his way to see her, and he hit his head and he has a concussion. So the doctor's like, when I said you should hurry up and get to the hospital, I didn't mean for you to be a patient. Right. I meant for you to come visit your mother. And so he's got this really nice doctor guy who's obviously the family doctor. He's like, yeah, your mother's not doing well. She's getting her treatments. But she's in the room across the hall. You need to get your rest. So he's like, oh, okay. So later that night, he wakes up and he goes to see his mother anyways. And he sees her laying in the bed through a crack in the door. And then he opens the door up all the way, and there's this giant, gross, like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like...
It's almost like got an anteater.
It's like a giant skinned... it looks like an ant, actually, yeah. like a humanoid ant. Like if you ripped all the exoskeleton off an ant, and it had just like tendons and guts and whatever, just like it's very gross and slimy looking. It's like
right.
They definitely as Perchance a Dream didn't really have monsters in it. This one had like the budget for the monsters went to this, I think. Because this was really cool. It had these giant like arms. Yeah, it looks like a cockroach too. It looks like it's a bunch of different creatures. Yeah. It looks like it's a skinned, like some kind of skin animal too. Like not even.
But I thought that the I don't know that long tube thing coming out there reminded me of an anteater. Yeah,
the proboscis.
Yeah, exactly.
It's it's a little. Well, like the also like in Aliens where you see the mother laying the egg, so this big tube comes out of her and it lays the eggs out of it. So this is basically what this creature does. I'm surprised. This is thinking about it. It looks like it's Giger inspired. I would think.
Yeah, definitely.
The way the creature looks. Anyway, so he sees it implanting these little slugs into his mother's body.
Sort of reminded me of Night of the Creeps, those little slug creatures in that.
Or The Hidden that you haven't seen.
Right. Exactly.
It also reminds me of The Hidden where the creature goes, I won't spoil it since you haven't seen The Hidden yet, but anyway.
I need to watch it soon so TJ can talk
I mean,
about
it's
it.
got Kyle Laughlin in it, so I mean, you know.
Yeah, and it's back there on my shelf. I just haven't gotten around to watching it yet. Need to though.
So, anyways, so it's the next day, and he's back in his room, and he has a roommate, and they're like, "Oh, they heard you, they dragged you back here because you passed out," and he's like, "Oh, I did." So he kind of thinks it was a dream, and the guy's like, the guy has sort of like a not southern accent, it's more like a Bayou accent.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, wait a minute.
That old guy seemed familiar to me.
That's what I was like. Yeah, he looks familiar. I think he was in a prior episode. Oh, know what he was in? He was in Jason Lives. He's the old guy that Jason kills in the with
the one that says, "Does he think I'm a fart head like the caretaker?"
No, I'm sorry, the caretaker. Yeah, that's right. Not the. Yeah. Well, does he kill the caretaker? Yeah, he does, right?
Yeah. Was he?
But the one who looks at the camera and goes, "You have a funny way of entertainment," or whatever the hell.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought he was in another episode. I guess not. Maybe it was Jason. That was what I was thinking of. Anyway, yeah, dark. So wait a minute. So yeah, the thing attacks his mother. Blah blah blah. The guy, blah blah blah. The guy next door. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Then he starts talking to his doctor about the cancer and stuff like that. And there's a creepy part where he's talking to the doctor about cancer, and he's like, sort of telling him what he saw. Mm-hmm. And the doctor has a pipe.
Yeah.
And then you see this little slug thing kind of moving in his mouth. So I guess the doctor also has some cancer too. Because they say they have a whole discussion about cancer and carcinogens and how it seems like all of a sudden there's this big outburst of people getting cancer where people weren't getting it as much back in the older days or whatever.
I think that's what this episode was trying to allude to was that everybody at one point in time, whatever these creatures were, these aliens or whatever they were, are implanting these slugs in people, which are causing cancer in people. And I'm guessing they're doing it when they're either asleep or otherwise incapacitated, I guess.
Yeah. So the guy is in the same room as him because he's in the cancer ward. I don't know. I guess they put him there because of his mother being in there, but that kind of makes no sense. They would have the bed be needed for a cancer patient, not for.
Well, when I was real sick several years ago, it was back when Steve and I first started dating, and I got a bad stomach flu and ended up in the hospital because it messed with my blood sugar and caused it to shoot way up. But anyway, they had me on, I mean, I hate to say it this way, but they had me on the cancer floor. When they put me in a regular room, so to speak, I was on the, I guess what they call oncology floor or something. And I mean, I hate to say it, but it just kind of freaked me out because there were all these really sick people around me and I could hear people vomiting and things like that. And I was like, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, those treatments they cause all that stuff to happen to you. Yeah,
unfortunately, yeah.
So he sits in on the cancer treatment for his roommate, which I guess because he knows the doctor that they're like, And I guess because maybe his mother's having the same kind of treatment, maybe
And
they're.
they're letting him watch. He gets to pick.
That's what I was like. Why? But I guess I'm trying to make excuses why they would let him watch. But and they're like, he's teaching him, and I'm like, he's not a med student. He's a random dude. I don't even know what the guy does for a living. Anyway, so and they're talking about the radiation that they're using and the isotopes that are these small things, and they're in a container and they're in a.
And you actually see the slug start to be drawn.
Yeah, well, they start the treatment on the guy, and then you start seeing the little blue lights, and the guy goes, are you supposed to be able to see these? And he's like, no, they're invisible to the naked eye. Do you see them? And he's like, he kind of shrugs it off, but yeah. So part of the concussion, he doesn't just see the creatures, he can see radiation for some reason.
Right.
So yeah, then the creature shows up. Or actually, the radiation is pulling the slugs out of the guy's body, and he's got one of the big ones like stuck in his chest, like it's like with the little teeth and whatever, the little bug looking one, and it's slowly coming out. But then they stop the radiation, and he's like, "Why'd you stop? It was starting to work." And he's like,
right.
"We're only supposed to do it for a certain amount of time. It's like 30 seconds or whatever, and that's like what a treatment is supposed to be." But he can see that the treatment was pulling out the creature from him, but it ends up going back in. And then they show him the isotopes, and they explain what's going on.
And he memorizes the combination.
Yeah.
To open it where this stuff is.
So later that night, the old guy gets attacked by the giant creature again. But this time, it kills him.
Yeah,
his face is all like he threw up or whatever because there's stuff all over his face and everything like that. Yeah, it's gross. I mean, so obviously they think he just died of cancer. So the dude gets a brilliant idea. I'm going to get these isotopes for myself, and I'm going to cure my mother, and I'm going to get the cancer out of her. I'm going to, do whatever. So he, like you said, he memorized the combination. So he sneaks into the. I don't know how you can just freely sneak into these hospitals. Think these places were locked and stuff? I guess not. I guess it was 1990 where you don't lock doors and saves, and
they didn't have as much security. Maybe.
I guess not. I mean, a padlock for crying out loud. Yeah, he gets one of the isotopes. He gets the big, the big gloves, the big radiation gloves or whatever. And he does something which you probably shouldn't do. He swallows one of the isotopes. He might have swallowed more than them, but we only see him swallow one.
That was enough, though. It was like
yeah. And he's gonna lure the creature out and save his mother. Let me stop there, and you could talk about it because it's sort of a twist at the end. But
I just want to say again how fascinated and amazed I was with the way these creatures looked. And I'm not talking about the slug creatures; they look pretty, run of the mill. But the creatures that were producing the slugs were just amazing for TV. And for TV at that time, I was like, wow, they must have put a lot of damn money into this episode. They had to, because they basically pulled out all the stops with this. And also, when he finds the old guy dead, my first thought though was, how could you not think that there was something weird going on? Because that guy did, even for dying of cancer, he didn't die a normal way. Even if you thought, hey, the cancer caused him to die, there was definitely something else at work there. The way that because wasn't his body kind of half sitting up, and it was kind of twisted a little bit and stuff like that. It was just very, Very strange.
Yeah, it was his head was turned to the camera so you could see all the stuff on his face, and I guess his body was sort of the other way. Yeah.
And even though, I mean, I agree it's a very dark episode, it deals with very sensitive subject matter. Um, and I saw that Blissful said she skipped this one because it hit too close to home, and I totally get that. And if I was dealing with certain things, like I mean, cancer has hit my family too. I'm not going to go into a lot of deep
Yeah,
details, but
let's not talk. Let's not get to that.
yeah, because it. I don't want to make people bummed out and sad. So, even though it has very dark, heavy subject matter in it, it's still an amazing, amazing episode, and actually one of my favorites. Um, because of the creatures and stuff in it.
Yeah.
That's mainly. This is definitely a monsters episode because these things are monsters. So yeah, that's about all I wanted to say about it. Because, like I said, I don't want to dwell on the darker medical aspects of it.
Well, one of the special effects guys was his name was Michael Burnett, and he's done tons of TVs and movies. He's done some Star Trek. He's done stuff you definitely have seen. He's done, well, not that it was the greatest movie in the world. He did effects for Cursed and Face Off. The later Invaders series from the 90s. He did effects for Martin Short's TV series, Universal Soldier. He did foam latex work on Ghoulies Go to College.
All right, there you go. Now there's a movie.
But yeah, so I mean, yeah, he definitely got these guys definitely, and it was Dick Smith. I still don't know really how much Dick Smith did for the series.
Either. He gets the credit in every episode for being the special effects.
Maybe it was his effects production company that did it. Maybe that was it. So he got a credit for it, even though he wasn't, actually involved with every episode.
Yeah, and didn't they have him listed as like coordinator or supervisor or something?
Yeah,
advisor, something to that effect.
Well, that's like with the guy who passed away, who was part of the production, and they have him in every episode, even though he died before they even made the show, I think. So, I mean, maybe that was sort of he did some work on it, but I don't know.
Did he work on that guy? Did he work on like Tales from the Dark Side or anything?
The guy who died, or the guy who did
the guy that died?
I don't know.
I need to go back and look because
I never really looked.
I'm kind of curious about it.
I was watching an episode earlier. It's in front of mine. Is like, who's this guy that they dedicated it to? I was like, I don't know.
It's like I have no idea.
But yeah.
So, is there anything else you wanted to add about that episode, TJ, before we move on?
No, I mean, yeah, he swallows one of the isotopes, and he has a nice little talk with his mother. How much he loves her and all that stuff. And I forget if it was before or after he does the. So what do you? I'll do it. I'll do that last. So he swallows the isotope, and his hand starts to glow, and he puts it over his mother's body to suck out the slugs. And then, because he's got all this radiation in him, the creature senses it. So the creature comes through the wall, so like a little portal sort of opens up where the creature's head sticks through it, and then the whole body sort of comes out and attacks him, and he ends up killing the creature with the same, because obviously the radiation kills the slugs or whatever, so it also kills the creature, and the creature
it melts.
It melts and gushes and gores all over the floor. It's a nice little disintegration. The effects are pretty good for that too. It looks like it was all done practical.
Mm-hmm.
And then he has a last moment with his mother, and he's like, "I'm probably not going to survive this. I already feel like I'm fading away." And so she's going to live because he took the cancer out of her,
but now he's got all this radiation.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. The radiation sort of, he knows it's killing him basically, and he's going to die. I mean, you don't swallow a piece of radiation, because at one point when he's with the doctor and the old guy's having the procedure, he's like, yeah, when you get like a regular chest X-ray, that's like a 1%, but the isotope is like 1 million of those.
Yeah,
like kind of, or it's like 100,000 chest X-rays. So it's not good.
right.
So he's, which is also kind of, I guess he sort of gave the doctor like an idea of what was happening, but it's like he should have wrote this stuff down, so maybe they could have cured other people with the cancers, because maybe according to this story, that's what's causing the cancer is these creatures. So I mean,
But the doctor, even though the doctor really liked this guy, he didn't really seem receptive to what he was.
I mean, that's not something you would believe anyways. I mean,
And so maybe he thought it's not going to do me any good to talk to him about using this radiation more to fight it.
Yeah, but then everybody else dies of cancer. I mean, kind of like.
Yeah, which is a bummer.
But it's a 21-minute episode.
Yeah. So if we move on, we'll move on to a little bit cheerier episode.
Is it?
Well, at least we're not dealing with medical stuff. For that,
yeah.
We're again dealing with more of like a standard creature and more of a, we just don't have medical stuff. So anyway, I'm gonna get to it. Barry Nelson is in this, and it took me a second or two to, where have I seen Barry Nelson at? And then I remembered Mr. Ullman from The Shining, the manager of.
Oh yeah.
It was like I kept looking at him. I was like, I know that guy.
It's the red hair. He has this dyed red hair, and I'm like, why?
Exactly.
This looks like it was his last credit. It was this.
He looked pretty old in this, and
yeah.
The Shining was 1980, and I don't know how
10 years, yeah.
That, but he wasn't super young in that. I liked this episode, and there were some there was some violent, dark stuff in it, and people do get attacked and killed in this episode.
Yeah.
But I have to say one of them deserved it, because one of them's a dick. But we'll bring that up.
I think he was doing his job. I don't know.
I mean, maybe he was doing his job, but he was a little bit of a dick too.
Well, he's a bureaucrat. I mean, what do you expect? Okay, well, let's just get to the episode.
Yeah. Right. I'll let TJ start.
Below. It's about this subway system where this was who directed this episode?
I've forgotten now.
A little lady named Deborah Hill.
Yes, this was the one Deborah Hill directed.
Yeah. So this one I liked off the bat. Just when I saw her credit, I was like, "Aw." If she didn't pass away, she would have probably done so many other things.
Right.
she'd probably still be around. She would have talked Jamie Lee Curtis out of those terrible movies.
Yeah, probably would have. I would hope she would have.
Or she would have convinced them to write a better movie. She might have convinced John to come back.
And she probably wouldn't have let them have that Corey Cunningham character.
I watched a sad thing the other day. Well, not sad, but I watched it was an interview with Jamie Lee Curtis, and she was talking about all her slasher movies. And she mentioned how she met Deborah and John on Halloween, and she became really good friends with them, and they were sort of like her surrogate mother and father. And she became really close friends with Deborah Hill, even though she was like 19 and Deborah Hill was like 30.
Yeah.
And she was very like, when she did The Fog, she didn't really love being in that movie because Deborah and John had broken up by then, and she was with Adrienne Barbeau. He was with Adrienne Barbeau at the time, and she was like, even though she had a small part and she didn't really have scenes with them, she was like, she didn't love doing that movie, and she doesn't think it's a great movie at all. And I think a lot of that soured from the whole Deborah Hill breaking up with John, because she's like, it's like your parents breaking up again. It's like, not that she didn't like Adrienne Barbeau, but it just wasn't the same kind of thing. And, obviously you stick with your friends first. You're not going to love being friends with Adrienne Barbeau, even though, and it's kind of like they were doing other movies together after they broke up. And I wonder how hard that was for her, especially with Adrienne Barbeau being at least two of them.
Yeah, it seems like a very odd situation.
Yeah. So anyway, back to the subway. These guys are trying to fix something wrong with one of the, I guess, cameras in the subway, and this one dude's waiting for his friend, and the friend's not showing up, and the friend who's supposed to work with him, and he's like, "Yeah, he's not here yet." The friend looked familiar. I thought he was one person, but he wasn't. He reminded me of the guy from the cab driver from Total Recall, but it's not him.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah. He's not on anything that looks familiar. Oh, well. Anyway, so he's waiting for the guy to come, and he gets attacked by this something, because he's hearing these noises. Mm-hmm. And he hears the noises a couple of times. He goes back to doing his work. And I'd still be like, weird. If I was me, I'd still be weirded out. But he's like, goes back to his work. Then he hears the noises again, and I'd be like, out of here. Because these screechy screams, it sounds like, and it's just weird.
And he just stays there. It's like,
yeah, I was like, I would have gotten out of there right away. I've been like, F this job, I'm going home.
I'm going to get me a nice, clean office job.
Screw you guys, I'm going home, in my Cartman voice.
Yes.
So, yeah, he's attacked and gets dragged off. Mm-hmm. And there's a guy played by Barry Nelson, Dr. Vernon Rathmore. He's a doctor working under for a railroad company. And you're, why is he? I guess you don't really know. I don't know if they tell you. Don't find out he's a doctor right away. Anyway.
And why did they have to have that much security for a?
Well, we find out.
We find out. But at first, we don't know. Why would you have to have this many cameras and security for what looks
it is New York.
Deserted? But it looks deserted, though. It doesn't look like you would have to keep anybody safe.
Yeah, but the train still goes by. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Actually, wait a minute. Who's this guy? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I wanted to see who somebody was. All right. Anyway, so yeah. They find the guy's body, all kind of messed up. Meanwhile, he's got an auditor or somebody. So he's been looking for more money for funding for his department, and he talks about how every year it's a hassle. They always end up giving him the money, but they always make a big deal about it because they don't know why he needs all this extra money and all these extra workers and everything. They can't understand it. So the guy they send, Kritz, that's what his name is, Kritz, which he says in a not happy voice many times during this episode. So you can tell he doesn't like the pencil pushers who are coming and trying to, like, he has to beg them for money, and he's like, he needs this money, and they're like, what are all these expenses, and why do you have a pension for people and all this, and these high these high salaries, and what do you need all these things for? And he's like, he's skirting the issue. He's basically just saying, I need these things, and they give it to me anyways, and I don't know why I have to go through you, and you like pencil pushing bureaucrats, and then the two of the workers have something they need to bring into the office, which there's like this sort of this back door. I forget if it says private on it. It says something on it. It says high voltage on it. He's over in this other corner where he has his monitors, and he can see all the different tracks and whatever, in different corridors in his section of the subway system. So anyway, these guys come in, and they're like, he's like, well, we don't want to come in because you got somebody here. And he's like, oh, show him anyways. So he brings in a body. It's this sort of derelict guy who's dead. And he's like, oh, they call him, I can't forget what they call him, something specific of the people that they bring into the office. I can't remember what it was. The one time I don't write down any information about these episodes. So he said, why did you bring this dead derelict? What did you want us to do? Just leave him on the track so he could just like rot there? And he's like, the guy's like, still like, Kritz is like, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Oops, I swore. Anyway, and he's like, yeah, well, you want to know why that I need all this money and all this stuff? I'm going to show you why. And he shows on the camera, and you see those two little lights there? He's like, yeah, I don't know. Is it like a train or something like that? He's like, look closer. And you start to see a shape. And then it comes closer, and you start to see stringy hair. And then you finally see this face and this it looks like I don't know what it looks like. It's got a flat nose, and it's all wrinkly, and it's got like real weird matted hair. If you ever seen the old movie The Time Machine, and they have the orcs, they look like an orc, basically, one of those underground creatures. And we find out that's what's been going on. These creatures are down there, and we found out Dr. Vernon Rathmore was a doctor. He was an anthropologist. And the reason why he works there is because they needed somebody to figure out what these creatures were. So he mentions how he's dissected like 90 of them. And the guy's like, how many of these creatures are down here? And he's like, who knows how many there are? We don't know how long they've been here. They don't know where they came from. He's been trying to figure out what they are, but he hasn't even been able to figure what they are. So he's basically been trying to keep them under control. Because at one point, the one that they show they show on the monitor, he's like, is that a male or a female? It's a male. We'll kill him because they're trying to keep the population down. So they killing all the males so they can't reproduce. So yeah. And he's like, well, why did you bring that guy's body into that back room? Well, he goes to show him what he's in the back room. He has because he talks about, well, you can't just kill them. That's genocide. You can't kill a whole race of creatures. He's like, oh, I can't, huh? Well, he shows him that he has one of them trapped in the back room in a cage, and he's eating the dead body of the guy that they brought in earlier. And the guy's body's just like standing there, and he sort of he's giving the doctor a hard time, and the creature throws the leg at him, and he's like, oh, he's freaked out about this bloody, partially eaten, severed leg being thrown at him, and she's like, see, I kept one of them, so I'm not trying to kill them all off. I'm just trying to keep them under control. So he's like, well, are you going to give me? So he's like, yeah, you're going to be giving me the money I want, like, right? He's like, I'm not going to do that. This is crazy, and you have to have like somebody like the Army or the Marines or the National Guard to come in here and take care of this. You can't do this. Well, Dr. Vernon locks all the doors. He's in the guy, and Kritz is getting scared, and he's like, I won't tell anybody. I'll keep this just between us. Don't worry. You get everything you wanted. And he's like, oh yeah, oh I will. Don't worry about it. I'll get everything I wanted. And he does, but maybe in the way you think. I was going to say not in the way you would think, but maybe in the way you think. I don't know if you want to say anything before I talk about what happens.
Just that I enjoyed this episode. It was I liked Barry Nelson in this because you didn't really. I mean, he was good in The Shining, but
too much.
Yeah, they didn't give him much to do in it. And so I think even though this is a short television episode, you got to see more of his range. And
because it's mostly him. He's in most of the scenes.
Exactly. So yeah. And it allows him to really be able to, I guess, articulate maybe. And he, didn't you feel like, and I don't want to give too much away because TJ's going to give away the twist here in a second, but didn't you feel like he was had like I don't know if I really want to say a dual personality, but it almost seemed like he did, because he seemed really conscientious and upset when the one guy gets attacked.
Yes.
But then, well, I'm just going to leave it there and let TJ reveal the twist because I don't want to reveal it before it's time.
Well, I can look at that one too. As he's upset that one of his workers was killed. Obviously, even though the turnout rate for workers is high because they keep getting killed off, which I think is funny. But I think he's upset. Maybe partly because somebody who works with him died, but then again, also like he's going to get another person in there and he's going to go through what's going on. And he's going to teach them about it and tell them what's up because you can't not tell somebody, and then someone you trust too. Like you got to trust that they're not going to go off and start telling their friends that there's crazy monsters in the subway. That's going to cause. He even mentions like that would cause people wouldn't go to the subways anymore, and you'd have all the congestion going back up to the surface with people driving in New York. It's going to be crazy, So I can see him like he's also like, oh god, I got to get somebody else. I got to hire somebody else. Like he's like a regular worker who's understaffed and underpaid, just frustrated with his job, but he's gonna keep doing it. So I see that point.
Right.
But also he's he jumps off the handle pretty fast. Like he's like, oh, they're not gonna give me the money I want, and they put me through this all the time, and what do they think I'm doing down here? That kind of thing. So you can see it as a dual personality. Like he has different aspects of who he. Oh, I think it's a three-way personality because of what happens at the end.
Yeah.
Because he goes total psycho at the end. So.
He does.
But you don't get much without. I mean, the other actors are just kind of there. Besides the two main people, and then the workers who are just sort of like just there. So
they're just kind of in the background.
Yeah. So you will be surprised that the black guy does not die first or at all in this. There's no black people die in this movie. But anyway, so So he's like, yeah, you're not getting out of here because we can't. I don't know if I can trust you. And I forget how he says it, but so here's a weird thing that so he takes off his kind of jacket and he's like getting loose, and I'm like, why is he like? Why did he need to do that? I don't think he could have kept the jacket on for what he does next. So what he does is like, well, I can't let you leave with what you know because I can't trust that you're not going to bring people back here to take over. This is my job and whatever, and you can't take that away from me. So he opens up the back door. I mean, opens up the high voltage door where the creature is, and the creature's coming out, and he's like, well, and he's going to feed the creature to him, but this isn't just a creature. It's, as he puts it, my wife, because she's pregnant.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so that's a big twist, but I was thinking, is it his kids?
Yeah.
He had sex with it's his wife, so he must have had sex with her, and it's his kids. That brings it to a totally insane level that it's just like, wow.
And you know what was even odder or stranger for me was the fact that this was one of the episodes where I was going in and out of it as far as sleep. And like it was like things were kind of semi-normal for a monsters episode, and then all of a sudden I come out of nodding off to Barry Nelson just going batshit crazy.
Yeah.
Saying, it's my wife,
Yeah.
It's like, oh, holy cow.
He does that. He gets the big face and the big grin. He's like,
exactly. It was just like that. Kind of scared me coming out of sleep there.
Yeah.
But is there anything else you wanted to bring up about it?
No, the monster was cool, and the you had your standard body parts, which were cool. But yeah, he definitely Barry Nelson definitely held this together.
Yeah, he did. Okay, so the next two episodes, I know we're going to cover them one at a time, but these have to be among my least favorite episodes. I don't know. I just thought they were kind of boring. And then
really,
yeah. Well,
the next one,
Micro Minds, which we're going to talk about next, did have some action in it, but it seemed like it took too long and we're just talking about 21, 22 minutes. I don't know why they had to have so much damn exposition in this. That's what I felt was the drawback to this one.
But it had Troy Donahue.
It did have
Star of Monster on the campus. And Crybaby.
It did have Troy Donahue going for it, but
he was in Blood Nasty. You know how good that movie is.
I don't even think I've seen that movie.
That's with is Linnea Quigley? Is that the one with Linnea Quigley?
Maybe Steve's seen it.
Yeah, Linnea Quigley's in that.
So
anyway, yeah, okay.
I'm going to let TJ talk a little bit about Micro Minds.
Well, let me start with this episode. It's very 50s sci-fi movie. That's why there's a lot of exposition, and it's a heightened level of. So it's not a comedy, but it's not a straight horror. Like I said, it's very 50s sci-fi. The way that people talk, it has one of the why it has Troy Donahue in it. Even like the main character is Paula, who's a science student. I think she's a physicist. Yeah, she's a physicist student. She's a physics student. So yeah, I don't know how you. I guess you didn't like it. You didn't like it, but I mean, I don't know if you looked at it more like a 50s sci-fi monster movie, would you think of it?
I need to, like I said, during these last few episodes, I was kind of nodding off at times. So maybe if I give myself some time and then go back and watch it like more through the day, and as opposed to watching it at night, maybe I'll enjoy it better.
But yeah, so Paula is Wow, she produced the Meg.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because she didn't want to do that much acting. She went to produce stuff. Ah. Oh, she's in The Living Daylights. Oh, she's in Repossessed. I haven't seen that. I wish they would put that on Blu-ray or
I'm
4K.
surprised that they haven't put it out in that
Maybe it's
form.
a rights thing with
Possibly.
just a rights thing because I don't know who produced it. Linda Blair's dead. I mean, Linda Blair. Leslie Nielsen's dead, so they can't get input from him anymore. Anyway, Father, may I? Yes, you may. Anyway, she's working on.
Apologies if you hear that banging. Brandon's bumping against the sliding door.
No. So, yeah, she's doing her computer stuff. Her teacher, her professor comes in, Dr. Becker. Not Ted Danson from the Becker Show. But yeah, he comes in and see how she's doing. He's like, "Oh, you should be home or studying or whatever. You shouldn't be. You're here you've been here for like three or 4 days or whatever." She's like, "Oh, I've found something or whatever." She finds something. I forget what she finds. She comes in contact with. She's come in contact with something she doesn't know if it's extraterrestrials or something from another world, another plane of existence or whatever. But she's talking to somebody, and he calls himself. What does he call himself? He calls himself Gawk.
Mm-hmm, Gawk.
Just a very sci-fi 50s kind of name that you throw up for something. Gawk. Gawk is talking about something about the cold and we're in the cold and we feel the warmth, but we don't know. We don't know. It doesn't know where it is. It doesn't know. It's like another race of. He's like, we're a strain, and we're trying to figure out. I don't know what they're trying to figure out. Anyway, so they're trying to. So her and the doctor are trying to figure out, well, where is this coming from? Is it coming from outer space? Is it coming from a satellite? What is it coming from? They realize they have some reason there's a tank of water. I don't really know I can't remember if they explained it or not. But one side is like warm and one side is cold, and they realize that somehow these creatures come from some prehistoric whatchamacallit. A lot of science. You're right about. There's a lot of science babble and stuff like that. So I can see where you're like the talky stuff is kind of turned you off at the beginning because that's what a lot of it is.
I mean, if it had been a movie, I might have been more accepting of it. But for a 21-minute episode, I would have liked a little less of it.
Right. So anyway, they discover, they don't know where these things originated from. They could be millions of years old or whatever. And the doctor gets sort of a god complex because they think the creatures think that they're talking to their gods.
Yeah.
So they think Paula and the doctor are the gods, and the doctor gets like an extra, really gets a god complex. Literally, he's like, "Well, I can bring you light," and he gets a lamp and he puts it over the tank, and he's like, "See, I've given you light now, and now you can see what's going on, and I'm going to tell you about the world and how the solar system works." And he's starting to like teach them, but through what he knows for knowledge. So he's basically, trying to, like I said, he's trying to be their god, basically. And she sort of like tells him, "Oh, they think you're his god, so I think you're their god." And I think she doesn't do it intentionally, but she kind of sets him off in a direction in this episode where he's just trying to be the ruler of it.
This guy's got serious ego issues too.
Oh yeah, definitely. He's like, all right, I'm going to introduce a sugar substance into the water that I guess changed the molecular structure of the whatever. But he's having her do all the work basically, while he's just talking to the creatures or whatever. And they're like, okay, we can. And they're starting to get, if they weren't intelligent to begin with, they're starting to get more intelligent. So they're like, okay, we figured out, we want to come to your world and we want to be able to see the things you told us about the other worlds and going into space and just, life in general on your planet or on our planet now. And they are intelligent enough that they discovered a way to come to send a what is it? Emissary. Is that the word?
It sounds.
I can't think of the word. Emissary? Is it I can't think. I always think if there's an M in there or not. No, can't find it. Yeah, emissary. All right. I got it the first time. I was second guessing myself. I sound like a moron because I'm like, this ain't the word right. Okay. Anyway, it's like me trying to tell my friend that her name is Leah Remini, not Leah Remini. It's not Remini, it's Remini. Right. She pronounces it that way. But anyway, they send an emissary to or into the world. And I'm like, well, how do you do it? Well, we can send you plans to make a machine which will allow us to be able to exist on your plane. And like, okay, so she builds the machine because the doctor can't be bothered to do that because he's God. Because he's like, I know you can do it because I don't want to be doing any work because I'm a lazy ass. But that's implied. But so it creates this sort of very sci-fi looking, kind of like a telescopy looking thing that kind of goes down to this floor that has these little. It's like this little pad on the floor that has these little like a little like looks like a little tile for like a little bathroom tile, but it's a square, and this is sort of will bring the creatures to our world, and it does. It brings this weird ass Doctor Who looking creature that's made out of looks like it's made out of trash bags and tentacles and lights and
like a trash bag.
It does, but it works for this sci-fi 50s throwback because it's very like it looks slimy. It looks as real as the raft creature did, and that was all latex and
right.
trash bags and stuff when they did that too. So I mean, but it pulsates and it looks like a tick, but just like the butt end of a tick.
Right.
And it's kind of gross. I think it fills the bill for that. Especially later, it gets really gross. So yeah, they're like, oh, that's what you guys look like. Well, that's kind of gross. That's disgusting. So they're like, we're going to bring them into the world. And she's like, all right, we can't bring these things into the world. We don't know what's going on. And she's like, I can't take this. So I'm leaving. So she leaves. Sort of like, because he wants to do all this crazy mad scientist stuff. And she's like, this is what we are. I'm not going to be part of this. So she leaves. Meanwhile, he's like talking to the creatures and becoming more and more like obsessed with, becoming their ruler and whatever. Well, while she's on the computer at home, she gets a message from Gawk's people, but she thinks they're working with Gawk. Well, they're not. They're going against him because he's trying to take over our planet, basically, right. With his creatures. He's going to infect the human race with his creatures, and they're trying to stop it. Well, meanwhile, the doctor thinks the opposite. that they're the bad guys, and that Gawk is the good creatures that are wants to exist and be one with man or whatever. And she's like, oh shit, I gotta get over there and stop this from happening, because she does everything in this episode. And so she goes over to the she sneaks into the laboratory, and for some reason she takes off her jacket, and she's in this like tank top with no bra, because it's very obvious it's very cold in there, and her tank top is showing how cold it's in there. And it's very like she's now Ripley from Aliens, and I'm like, what is? But then it fits in all to the heightened sense of reality that this is, and the whole 50s sci-fi thing. And I'm like, okay, but I also think guys wanted to see her in a tank top.
Yeah, wasn't it a little late in the game, other than guys obviously wanting to see her, for her to go all Sigourney Weaver on this episode?
So then she fights the creature, and she stabs it and splurts in her face, and it's very gross. Let's say that, because I think it oozes, and like even for a trash bag, I think it fills the bill pretty well. I think, and she's like, I killed the thing, and they were here to take over the world, and he's like, he doesn't believe her, so he has a little struggle with her, pushes her on the thing that not only makes things bigger, but it makes things smaller, and it shrinks her, and the little because I guess he had earlier on the way the creatures come to be is they're on a little, one of those little slides, and he puts it on the pad, and then the pad grows it. Well, it does the opposite, and then you see a really cheesy image of her under the microscope, just like in some water, and she's just like, dead. And he's like, I killed her and stopped her. And I was like, oh, for her going all Rambo, she died pretty fast. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
And it's like, and Gawk is like, oh, the specimen you sent down is dead. And it's like, oh well. She's like, oh well, she's dead. I don't really care.
I think that was something else I didn't like about it, was how quickly she was dispatched.
Yeah.
Goes all Sigourney Weaver, and then bam, you're dead.
And she's sitting on that pad way too long. I'm like, why didn't she try to get off of it? She didn't try at all. She's just standing there shocked. She had the Ash syndrome, where the bookcases that are very light, and he should not been able to not get out from under those bookcases in more than a couple of seconds. But anyway. I think in the commentaries, one of them, Bruce or Sam Raimi, goes, I think you should have pretended to be a little bit more knocked out. But
yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, it didn't work. So yeah, and then there's the twist. I mean, you didn't like the episode, so I mean, I don't know what.
Yeah, I think I mentioned a few things that I didn't like about it, so I'll go ahead and let TJ reveal the twist here.
All right, so they basically mind control the doctor, and they have him inject himself with what they were sending. They sent over more of their the microscopic creatures were sent over, and he injects himself with the creatures, and then they take over his, because they tell him that we need you to these creatures will be part of you. You'll be the host, and that you'll be able to show them the world through you. But no, he injects himself with the little creatures, and they take over him completely. So he's now, his body is taken over by these creatures, and he no longer exists. And they're going to contaminate the water supply with more of them, and they're going to take over all the people in the world. And it's Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and everybody dies.
Yeah,
you don't show it, but that's basically what's going to happen in the episode.
Right, and it sort of reminds me of the, which this came later, but Body Bags, that anthology horror movie that John Carpenter had something to do with. the hair episode with Stacy Keach,
Uh-huh.
where the aliens, he thinks he's getting hair transplant, but he's actually having aliens that get transplanted into his brain, and they basically eat his brain.
Yeah.
So in a way, this episode sort of reminds me of that, even though I like that one better. That I like the hair episode of Body Bags better than this episode of Monsters. But it sounds like TJ liked it better than I did.
Yeah, when I was realizing it's a sci-fi 50s sci-fi like take.
Hmm.
And I was like, the acting was a little weird, and I was like, oh, no wonder why, because they're acting like those people in the movies did. This creature can destroy the whole planet. We don't know what we can do to stop them.
um,
Anyway,
so if we move on, or moving on to the next episode, I know this had something to do with Satan and all of that, but man, was it goofy? And what's her face from
Judy Geeson.
Yeah, Judy Geeson from gosh, what was
Lords
she?
of Salem.
She was in Lords of Salem, but that older movie that she was in Seminoid, wasn't she in Seminoid? Or am I
Was she in
totally off
something?
base on that one?
Horror Planet. Was
Is
that
that the
in
same
Seminoid?
as in
Yeah,
Seminoid?
yeah, that's in Seminoid.
Okay. Because I think because I was so turned off by her character, I guess, in Inseminoid, that when I saw that she was in this, I was like, oh God, not her again. Because
She's not that bad in it. She has a terrible accent, but other than that,
yeah, a terrible accent. But
Americans doing foreign accents are always terrible.
I think because I saw Inseminoid before I refreshed myself on this episode, and I was so turned off by that character in Inseminoid that I just could not. I could not get behind her in this because I just kept being reminded constantly of that other character she played. And I think when I talked about Inseminoid on one of my Cheese Extreme Wednesday episodes, I think there were some people in the chat that said, "Oh, she's not bad. She's not bad." I don't know. TJ might have been one of them. Do you remember when I did that episode, TJ? That's been a while.
Yeah, but I'm not a, she's fine. I'm not a big Judy Geeson stan, so I'm.
Right. But I couldn't find anything to like about this one, even when the disciples of Satan or whatever the heck they were showed up. It still didn't do anything for me. But I'm going to let TJ go ahead and talk a little bit about the refugee episode.
Yeah, so it's about this guy who I guess he's an ex like CIA agent or something like that, and his boss. I guess he's like James Bond, and this guy's his
Kind of.
his boss or whatever. What the hell James Bond's boss was? I remember Moneypenny, but I don't remember what the hell his boss was. Q? Oh, that was it. Q. It's like his Q, and who plays the Secretary of Defense in Armageddon. So
Mm-hmm.
he's been around for 100 years too. He was in an X-Files episode and Deep Space Nine. He's old, so he's been in a lot of other things too. So anyway, Paul, played by Peter White. He's like, all right, I'm going to retire soon. I don't want to go on another adventure. And he's like, all right, no, you're on the contract. You have to go on this adventure. So we need you to save this. This one's a physicist. We need you to save this physicist from, I guess she's Russian or German. Okay, she's Russian. So they got to save her from Russia. And he goes to get her. Obviously there's some snow because it's Russia, and it's always snowy in Russia in the 80s. So he goes to get her, and he's going to take her back. And she's like, she's a little standoffish because, she was held captive for years, and they were, trying to get her to do stuff for them, and she didn't want to be doing this. And she's like, she's afraid that they're going to come and get her. He's like, no, don't worry about it. I'm going to make sure you get there okay, and you trust me. And she's like, all right, I trust you, whatever. Well, we find out that she's on contract, not just she wasn't on the contract from the Russians only. She was on the contract from another situation. She basically sold her soul to the devil to get out of the trap she was stuck in in Russia. And yeah, and so by the way, Paul knows a little bit about witchcraft and sorcery, which is established early in the episode. So it's like, oh, okay.
Don't they talk about, like, didn't his boss talk about dabbling in the dark arts or something?
Yeah, he has like stuff in his apartment, like, little fetish dolls and whatnot. So he's gonna fight off. So these two demons come to get her. They knock on the door and they're like, "Hey, Anna." Her name's Anna. Anna, we're here to your contract to fulfill your contract, and they're talking, the demon voices, and they sort of have like, she's just got some weird makeup on, and they got some stuff on their hands, and whatever. And they're like these red. They're like the devils. They're like devils, so they have to have red, makeup on and whatever.
But they're very. I thought they were very generic looking.
Yeah, they talk generically. They look generic. They can come through the door. I don't know why they're knocking, because they can just materialize into the house, into the apartment, or whatever.
I don't think anybody associated with the devil would try to be pleasant. If they wanted to get through a door, they just, they're not going to come knocking. They're just going to bust it down with their powers, I would think.
Yeah, like the door starts smoking, and then like a hole opens up, and then they just come through it. And like, okay, whatever. So he's protecting her, and he's trying to figure out how to stop the demons from getting her. He's like, oh, Silver's going to help. So she has a ring, and he uses it to like keep some of keep the two demons at bay. And they're in these trench coats, and they're weird demons, like, or whatever. I guess to save on making full demon bodies or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So and he's trying to save her, and he's doing these rituals and whatever. Basically, it comes to he trades her soul for his.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, let her go, let her live, and you can take my soul and whatever. And they're like, okay. And then it rings midnight, and they're like, all right, he's still going to take her, return her to her, take her to the America, and bring her to the people over there that his boss there, Q, or in this case O, because his name is Oliver. He takes him to O, and and then like we'll then they're like, well, what about me? And like, oh, we'll come for you, when your time's up. And they end up. Well, I'm just gonna spoil it. Oliver has been involved with them all this time. He sent Paul to get Anna, not to save Anna, but because that was part of the whole getting him to switch his soul for hers, because they knew he was going to give up his life for her because he's that type of guy.
Right.
And so they tortured her for all those years just so he would come eventually to save her, to get her soul. And they're like, and Oliver is like, oh, when I recruited you when you were young, it was all for this end. So you would sell your soul to the devil. And that's the end of the episode.
Yeah.
I'm done with the episode.
And High 71, by the way. I saw 71 in part.
High 71. It was fine. It wasn't great. It was okay.
just okay. Okay. So moving right along to
Please.
the gift episode. Um, this is another one that has a werewolf in it, a friendly werewolf. Kind of, I thought the werewolves in One Wolf's Family were pretty friendly. But this is one.
Well, they killed their neighbors and ate the joggers. I like when he says, "Oh, I had a tough time grabbing this one because he's so fast because he was a jogger."
Hey, but Miss Peabody she deserved it
Oh
anyway
yeah.
because she
What did
was.
the jogger do and these other three heads that were in the refrigerator? I don't know.
Yeah, that I don't know, but Mrs. Peabody definitely deserved what she got.
Yeah.
Because anyway, this has the basic story is just a werewolf uh, befriending a child, but that's all I'm going to say about it. Other than I like this, I thought it was kind of a cute episode outside of one thing, but I'm going to let TJ talk a little bit
I
about
didn't
it.
like the werewolf effects.
Now, the werewolf
It
effect
looked plastic. It looked like he was wearing a plastic mask from
from Halloween.
Spirit Halloween. Yeah.
I will agree with that. It's like they must have blew all their money on like the offering episode with the
Oh yeah, that's where well.
creatures. Yeah.
Well, it's starring Abe Vigoda,
Yeah.
who you thought Abe Vigoda was dead in 1990. No, he's still alive.
He's still kicking at this point.
So Abe and his friend, who? Wait a minute, I got to double check who I think it is. Wait a minute. Hold on, guys.
I'm going to step away for
It's exactly who I thought it was. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
So, so this kid Jeffrey, whose dad's a rich dude, he gets kidnapped by these two guys, played by Abe Vigoda, and this name might sound familiar, Brad Greenquist, who you might remember from Pet Sematary as Pascal. Yep. I was watching and I was like, this guy looks familiar. I don't know who he was. And then I heard his voice and I was like, oh, that's Pascal. That's obviously his voice. So Pascal and Abe Vigoda kidnap this kid and they hold him for ransom. And Abe Vigoda's sort of more slick about it. He's like, well, if you do what we say, we'll make sure that you'll be fine and you'll get back to your father all safe and sound. Meanwhile, Pascal just pushes him around, throws him down the stairs, calls him names. It's pretty. I mean, they're kidnappers, but this guy's gonna get millions of dollars for this kid, and you're gonna just bruise him and scar him for life. I mean, wouldn't you want to just? You're gonna get them. Make sure be nice to the kid until you get the money. I mean, whatever. These people are stupid. They're kidnapping a kid and thinking they're gonna get away with it in a Monsters episode. I mean, how stupid are they? Yeah. So they lock him in the cellar, and there's a werewolf in the cellar. Was the werewolf chained up? I can't remember. At one point they're like, oh, they go down to the basement and the Pascal guy is like, oh, Ava Goda tells Pascal to go take the kid downstairs, get him a blanket. So he's trying to be nice, get the kid a blanket, and then get some coal. So we're going to put it in the fire up here. So he's looking around for the blankets, and he tells the kid, get some coal there's a coal chute, and he pushes the kid into the coal chute. I was like, boy, this guy's a dick. Past the whole kidnapping a kid. Yeah, this werewolf jumps out of the basement and sort of attacks the Pascal guy. I'm going to just keep calling him Pascal. they shoot him. Ava Goda comes down. They shoot the werewolf, and the werewolf's incapacitated. And they sort of chain him to the wall. They still leave the kid down there, and they're like, "Well, you weren't doing what we told you to do, so kid. So we're gonna keep you in the basement with the chained up werewolf." Like, okay, that makes sense. And Pascal leaves his Pascal gets told to leave his canteen so the kid will have some water. And what does Pascal do? He throws it right next to the werewolf, and the kid's like, "Dude, what the hell?" So he's down there, and we find out through telepathy that the creature can talk to him through telepathy. So the creature doesn't have to talk for some reason. I think because they had two different guys. One guy played the creature, one guy did the voice, but also does the guy physical form of the guy who we see later in the episode. He starts telepathically talking to the kid, and the kid's like, "How can you talk to me?" He's like, "Well," so when he went to grab the canteen, the werewolf touched him, and the connection made them psychically connected. Dana has a sandwich.
Yeah, I had to get me a little something there. I was feeling a little woozy, not so woozy that I need a ton of sugar, but I need something.
Oh, of course. So the guy tells him, "Oh, I've been this way for hundreds of years. I can transform from a man into a werewolf and back again. But why can't you trade? You should change into a man and you can get through these. You can get out of the chains because you won't be as bulky." And he's like, "Well, with the being shot, it'll take some time for them to heal as a werewolf, but as a human, I'll just die because I've been shot 50 times in the chest." And he's like, "Yeah, I've been around for a couple hundred years, and this person gave me the ability to be able to change, and I don't know why he let me be this person, but ever since I've been that way, I help people, and that's sort of my lot in life is to save people who need help and whatever." So this and that happens, that and this happens. They get the ransom money call from the father, and he's like, or we don't even get the father. We get like the father's like lackey who's like, "Hey, how you doing, kid? Oh, we're gonna get the money out to the crooks, and then we're gonna take you back home." He's like, "Oh, great. I trust you, I guess." So meanwhile, Pascal and Abe Vigoda are talking, and they're like, "Did you know that was Pascal from Pet Sematary?"
Yeah, when I kept thinking for a little bit, where have I heard that name? Oh yeah, I know this guy.
As soon as I heard his voice, I was like, I wasn't sure about the face, but the voice, I was like, "Oh, that's," because you hear that voice constantly throughout the movie. But anyway, so yeah, they're like, "Oh, we're gonna kill the kid because we're not gonna have any, loose ends." And I'm like, "You gonna kill the guys leaving the money too? Because don't you have to drop the kid off to the?" Or at least he's telling Pascal this. I mean, I'm thinking maybe he's just telling Pascal this because he's, he wants to make sure the kid lives, because Pascal's really abusive to this poor kid who's just did nothing to get, be treated this way. But yeah. So, like I said, a bunch of things happen. And when Abe Vigoda said the loose ends, he didn't just mean the kid. He also meant Pascal, because he shoots Pascal. And he's going to go, get the kid. So he's like, "Come on." And he's like walking downstairs and doing one of those voices like, "Oh, Jeffrey, we're going to take you home now." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're going to kill the fucking kid." Because Jeffrey found this out because the beast werewolf, like I said, is telepathic, and he read the minds of Pascal and Abe Vigoda, so he knew what was going to happen.
Right.
So Pascal, Abe Vigoda comes down, or Abe Vigoda is going to come down and get the kid, and the kid's like, "I don't want to die," and the kid's like really upset. This is the best acting, I think, is at the end when the kid's like upset. Yeah, he's fine during the episode, but I think the being feared for his life. I think the kid, and for a kid that young to really respond that well to something like that, like, yeah, I mean, what is a kid at that age who hopefully nothing's bad has happened to him?
Right.
I mean, what does he have to go on for motivation for his character? So the creature's like, there's nothing I can do, and the kid starts like, you're good for nothing, and you say you're here to help, and you can't do anything, and then the kid starts crying. He's like, I know it's not your fault, and I'm sorry, I yelled at you. The guy's name is William the werewolf. He's like, yeah, I'm sorry, and blah blah blah. He's like, well, there's nothing. What can I do? And William's like, well, there's maybe one thing I could do. I haven't told you this power I have. I can transfer your soul into the soul of someone else. And he's like, well, there's this kid far away, but I can transfer your soul, but his soul will come back to you, and you'll die. He'll die in your place, and you'll get to live. And Jeffrey's like, I don't know about that. No, I couldn't. No, he's like, no, I can't do that. It's not that I can't hurt another person to save my life. I just can't do that. I'm willing to. And Avagoda's going to burn him to death. He's going to like set a fire and burn the house down and burn everybody in it. The werewolf, Jeffrey, dead Pascal, they're going to burn them all to death. Yeah. So they're like, oh, what are we going to do? Anyway, Pascal, Avagoda slowly coming down the stairs. And he gets attacked, not by William, but by Jeffrey, because Jeffrey has now been given the. I guess technically it's not a curse, because William can change back from a werewolf into a human. He just was incapacitated and he couldn't. So Jeffrey's like, Jeffrey basically gets the power, because William says the power was transferred to me, so I can transfer it to someone else. And he gives it to Jeffrey, and now Jeffrey's the werewolf, and then William slowly dies. Mm-hmm. And then William goes, there was never a little boy. So I looked at it, I looked at it one way, but then I looked at it another way. The one way I was like, he gave his ability to Jeffrey to save him. Mm-hmm. And now Jeffrey will return the favor, because Jeffrey is going to continue saving people like William was doing. But it also could be a curse that William wanted to finally die after 200 years, and he's given the kid his curse, and he's dooming the kid to becoming a werewolf.
He could go.
But it's not, but you can look at it both ways. But I think it's the former, not the latter.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I
think William was more devious, but he died he didn't die like, ha ha ha, I screwed you, kid. He died more like, I'm dying, like, I'm dying here.
That was the only, I guess, like really dark part of it, if you want to count a dark part. But I'll tell you something about Abe Vigoda. I would never trust that guy. And I mean, I would never trust his character if I was another character in any episode, like episodic television with him, because he's never a good guy. Like in that Tales from the Dark Side episode, A Choice of Dreams.
Yeah.
He was not good in that either. So,
or The Godfather, he was not a good father.
No, he was
not. He was okay in Good Burger.
Right. But most things he's not.
In Fish, the TV show that it was a spinoff of Barney Miller from the 70s. He was right. He had the wife, and they had the foster kids, and yeah.
Yeah, I had forgotten about that until you brought that up just now.
Yeah. But yeah, that was that episode.
Yeah, which brings us to the next to last episode.
The bargain.
The bargain, yeah. Which I don't know. I'm not saying I didn't like the episode as a whole. I just didn't like how it turned out. I mean, I was sort of disappointed in how things turned out. It took a really bad turn, but we'll get to that. But I'm going to go ahead and let TJ start talking about the bargain episode.
You know what it reminded me of? That episode of Tales from the Crypt, Only Sin Deep with
Leah Thompson.
Leah Thompson, yeah. I mean, it sort of follows the same thing, except this girl isn't a conniving, two-timing bitch like her character was in Only Sin Deep. Yeah. This stars Kim Grist or Grist. I don't know how you pronounce her name.
Mm-hmm.
But she was the wife in Chud.
Yes, she was.
So anyway, and she plays two characters in this, kind of. But anyway, yeah, it's about this girl who's sort of, book. She's bookish. She literally owns a bookstore. But she only sells to certain people, which I'm like, how do you keep a bookstore going if you only sell to certain people?
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, well, they make her look homely. They make her hair sort of matted, and she sort of has like, they don't even look like scars. They look like she just has like dirt marks on her face.
Or it looks kind of like rosacea, maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's what they're going for. But so she falls. She's kind of infatuated with this dude who comes in to buy books, and he always buys books for a friend. And I'm like, as soon as I started watching the episode, I'm like, girl, he likes you. What the hell are you? How do you not know that? Are you that blind, or you're that so? You have your self-esteem is that low that you can't see that he coming into that store every day buying a book that he doesn't.
Right, exactly.
He's like buying a French book and he doesn't even know French, and you're like, oh, I wonder if he likes me. I'm like, girl, he likes you. What are you, crazy?
Right.
But yeah, but we wouldn't have a story if she had half of a brain.
Right.
Anyway, and the guy is played by Kevin Greer, who he was in.
He looked and sounded very familiar to me. I just couldn't place him.
Trying to think. Well, he was in the Pelican Brief. I thought there was something really big that he was in, but I can't. No, I guess not.
Huh. Okay.
You look at somebody, you go, oh, I think I've seen them. Like, I know he was in A Force of One, the Chuck Norris movie, but whatever. So yeah, and she doesn't like her look, so she finds this old magazine, like on her in her magazine section or whatever. It's like really old, from like, I don't know, maybe the 50s or whatever. And there's this like ad for like makeovers or whatever, and she's like, she calls the number just for the hell of it, but someone actually picks up, and she's like, oh, didn't know this number was like, people were still, this was an ad from the 50s. I didn't really think somebody would answer. And she's like, oh yeah, I'll answer. And then this, like, almost immediately this woman's like, oh, I can come over, and this woman comes over to give her a makeover. And we see this woman, and her face is deformed, but she's fine with it. She's all happy and smiling, and she's like, oh, I'm here to make you over. And Kim Grease's character Sarah is like, how can you make me over? You're not. Look at you. And she kind of says that to her at one point. She's like, well, that was insulting. She didn't mean it to be. She's not really that type of person, but she's like, I don't think I need your services. And she's like, oh, is it because of my face? And she's like, well, you're not a looker. And she's really like her face, like her skin is falling off her face kind of situation. And we find out she's not even from, because she's like, where you're from, I forget how she says it. I'm from a different world. And she's like, oh, you're from like the Midwest? And she's like, no, I'm literally from the other side of, like, I'm from the beyond your world. You know, she's like from another dimension, or she's not a demon per se, I guess, but it could be alluded that maybe she's from you know, hell, or from some outer worldly place. But anyway, yeah, maybe she's from another dimension. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna just say she's from another
some
dimension.
kind of mid-realm type of a thing.
She's like, okay, so we have this mask, and like I said, like Oni Cindy, we have this mask, and you can put it on, and first of all, she gives her, it just looks like one of those standard, you know, Halloween store masks, you know, like the pretty lady mask, but it's not clear like the one from Alice, Sweet Alice. It's more like opaque.
Yeah, it's
got this sort of blonde streak of hair sort of coming off of it. So she's like, yes, you put this mask on and it'll form to your face and you'll be beautiful. But I have to measure your face first because, you know, you have to be the right person. So she has these calipers and she's like measuring her face. And she's like, I don't know about this. She's like, well, we're going to see if it fits you. And it's like, oh, it's perfect for you. And she puts the face up and she's like, oh, this fits really well. And she's like, okay, do we have a deal? And she's a little wary about it. So she's like, okay, fine. We'll make the deal. Let's make a deal. You're already dressed up in a costume, so, you know, you're already set. So he's like, yeah, you'll be beautiful. I want all your books. And she's like, these are my books. He's like, no, you give me the books, you'll be beautiful, and you'll have whatever it is, Joe. Of course, he's a regular Joe. That's kind of funny. I don't know if that was intentional, but so yeah. So she's like, she's like, all right, fine. I'll give you my books for the face. So, right, it's like a trade. It's like, okay. So she goes off, and it's like, I don't know. Sometime later, Joe comes to see Sarah, and Sarah's not there. A new woman is there named, the hell was her name?
That's what I'm trying to think.
Like Melanie or some weird name.
I just watched this one this evening, and gosh dang it.
Because it's not in the IMDb, it just says Sarah's name.
Well, dang on. They should have like had a
Mandy. There we go. Her name was Mandy.
Mandy. Okay. So
she's basically the same actress, just without all the stuff on her face and a beautiful, you know, a very fake blonde wig. But yeah. She looks like Robin Tunney in The Craft. The wig's so bad.
Yeah.
But I'm like, it didn't change her completely. I don't know how the dude later. So the dude comes in. He's like, "What happened to the bookstore?" It's like, "Oh, the original." We don't see her right away. We hear her from the back room. He's like, "Oh, the original owner sold the place, and you know, I don't know where she's gone. She's gone." And she comes out, and she's Mandy, and she's all beautiful, and like, all right, you're the same girl, but with a better complexion. But whatever.
Right. And a bad wig.
Yeah, very bad wig. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's like, yeah, she's gone. He's like, oh, he's about to leave, and then she's sort of like talking to him, and she sort of endears herself to him. He's like, oh, can I help you with something? Because she's a beautiful woman, and he has to do whatever she says. She's like, oh, can you? Oh, I don't know. I don't want to be a bother. And he's like, oh, but could you put the sign up for me? And it's like a TV screen or whatever. And she's like, oh, I'm opening up a video store. He's like, oh, get it? Oh, he's a TV repairman. Get it? TV repairman, and she's opening up a video store. Isn't that interesting? What a coincidence. So, so they have a date. They have sex because, of course, they have to have sex. And she calls him the next day, and she's like, oh, I want to see you again. And he's sort of standoffish about it, and he doesn't want to. he doesn't seem to want to meet her. And it's like, oh, maybe next week. And she's like, huh, all of a sudden he doesn't want to be with me anymore. So she barges into his place. She's mad or whatever. And she's like, what happened? I thought we had a good time. She's like, yeah, you're not the one I want to be with. And he's like, what? And then why is she not the one he wants to be with? Dun, dun, dun. Guess who comes through the door? It's Sarah. Because, well, I'll just get to it. Spoiler, the woman has now taken her face, and so she has to play herself in two different roles, which I think is kind of funny. So she's like, and then Mandy's getting upset. She's throwing stuff around, and she's like, no, you stole my face, and you're me. And she's like, and then the girl, and then Sarah's like, can I speak to this woman alone? And he goes off, and then she's like, yeah, I took your face, and I read all the books, and I'm becoming you, and you're sorry, you're just gonna have to live with this. And he comes back, and she's like, no, it's me, really. I'm the one you fell in love with. She took my face, and she takes off the mask, and her face is all deformed and like she had just taken off, like she just had a chemical peel. It looks like.
Right. Yeah.
So I guess we're supposed to assume that because the girl originally at the beginning who brought the mask said, "Oh, I tried the mask and it didn't work out for me." So we're supposed to assume that she did the same thing and she took off the mask because she didn't fulfill the bargain, and that's why her face was deformed.
Yeah, I think that would be a pretty good assumption.
Because when she takes off the Mandy face, like I said, she just looks like she had like a really bad sunburn that melted her face. Like it didn't look like she was the same as bad as the other woman was. So I think it would have made more sense, and it made more of a direct point that that's what was the situation if she had the same looking face. But anyway, it ends with her telling her, well, now that you ripped the face off, you can't put it back on. You're going to have to sell it to somebody else like I sold it to you, and maybe you can switch faces with her. And that's how the episode ends. So she loses everything. She loses the man who is an idiot, not realizing it's the same person, but whatever.
Which is sort of similar, although nobody dies in this episode. But the card, is it in the cards or whatever with the
one you hate with Dorothy Lyman? Yeah.
It sort of reminds me of that, in that she gets the cursed cards and she's got to hand them off to somebody else to get.
Yeah, but in that we follow what happens. In this, we never know what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so this episode was fine. Sarah did a good job. Kim Greased. Mm-hmm. Even the woman who sort of walks in, who's the foreign woman, I like how she just kind of glides in, and she's like carefree, because she's rich. She just has a deformed face. Because at one point, Sarah goes, why don't you? Yeah, oh, I'm rich. I don't care about anything really. I mean, but then she never found love, but she finds it in the guy that Sarah was in love with, but now she's Sarah, and it's all set.
So evidently, Wes says poor TJ's been talking about monsters for too long. He needs a rest.
I'm just trying to get through them now. I just want to finish the season off.
So that brings us to the final episode of the second season.
This was a great episode. I love this episode.
I like this one too. And it's the family man. And I just want to preface this by saying that it reminds me.
Lucky there's a family man.
It reminds me of They Live a little bit.
Yes.
With the glasses, but I'm going to let TJ talk about that. I don't want to give too
much. I mean, anybody can figure that out. Also, this was in 1990 and They Live was in 1988, so I'm going to guess they might have seen this movie.
Yep.
When they made this episode. It's very 80s, that's for sure.
Yep.
There's a sister. She got the side ponytail and all that crap. Um, so it's about this woman has two kids. Her husband's was a police officer, and he was killed on duty. So she's bringing her new boyfriend to meet the kids because she thinks it's serious that he might be popping the question. And the son is this. He's a normal kid. He's not too bad. He does. He still misses his father. He's still not gotten over it. Like he has his father's old glasses that he's wearing. These big, giant black,
George Romero starter glasses or whatever.
Yeah, and they're like, we got you new glasses. You should wear them. But he wants to have his dad's glasses or whatever. It's like, okay, the kid's not too bad. And he's like, all right, you got a new guy, and like, all right, fine. So he comes to meet the family. I guess he's attractive because he does the thing with the daughter. He's like, wow, I see you got your good looks from your mom. And like, would you really say that to a young girl?
Yeah, that's kind of creepy.
That's always creepy, no matter who says it. In real life and fake life, I mean, it's just weird. And then when he turns around, the daughter goes, all right, mom, he's on. Okay.
Yeah, which is kind of odd too. The daughter seems to be
she's young enough that she's into guys that she would get turned on by. Not turned on, but like she could tell. Well, remember that Brady Bunch episode where speaking of we should have talked about this during The Face. Imogene Coca plays the aunt that comes visit and she at the end of the episode she sends Jan a cast and she has everybody sign it like Paul Newman. So Jan thought Paul Newman was hot, and he's an older man at that point. So this makes sense. A teenage kid being so. I think you're a little too hard on her for thinking he's attractive.
I guess I expected her to be more like the brother was, and that she just seemed a little too accepting of her mom's new man.
Well, she's older. She's. I think when you're young, especially a son-father relationship is a lot different than a mother-daughter relationship. And I think you're closer to whoever. I mean, sometimes it's not always, but then but she was older and he was younger, and I think she had more time to get over, and she was a little bit more mature to get over being daddy's little girl when daddy passed away. Than the son when he was younger. Probably all looked up to his father, and that's all he had at that point.
I have to bring this up, and this is a Steve thing. When Steve's mom, of course, Steve's dad's been gone for a long time. He had passed away before Steve and I started dating. But his mom has dated, I'm not saying she's dated a lot of men, but she had, a couple of guys here.
You look tired, by the way.
I am tired. I don't know. If I take my glasses off, I'll look even worse. But
my eyes, you can see, look, my eyelids are so red. Unless it's just this lighting. I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry. I interrupted you.
That's okay. There have been just a couple of guys here and there that she'd been kind of serious about. And I think Steve was worried that she was going to end up marrying them. And he hadn't liked any of them. It's like he's been very resistant. And so I don't know if Steve's just different than a lot of either adult children or, a little bit older children when a father dies, for instance, and the mother considers, marrying somebody else. I don't know if all boys act like that or that's just Steve being Steve. I'm waiting for Wes to say something because usually he will he will pop off something about Steve. But yeah,
Also, also you expect the boy like not just the dad, but like the boys also like the when you're that young, your mother's very coddling of you and stuff like that. So he doesn't want. So we don't know there's actually in this episode we don't know there's any back times that the mother has brought
right,
a boyfriend to the kid. So this is sort of I think this is the first time because I even think the daughter is like, oh, this is about time that you finally met somebody after dad's been gone for a while. So I think yeah, that might be it. But yeah, I think the boy's sort of like attached to the mother too. But he willing to give the guy a benefit of the doubt.
right,
But it's what happens when he meets the guy that changes that right away.
right. So I was going to say that I
Yeah.
didn't dislike the episode. I thought it was a very, very good episode. Um, and of course, had that additional uh, they live um, element to it, which I also liked. And I think TJ, the way he talked, he picked up on that element as well.
Yeah.
And I definitely think somebody that had something to do. Is it Candy Critters
Yeah, I
again?
didn't have one today, so for the episode, so I gotta.
Um, so I think somebody that had something to do with this episode definitely saw Carpenter's They Live because it just, I mean, it wasn't sunglasses in this case, but it was a pair
I mean,
of
it's close enough.
close enough for me. Um, but TJ, did you want to talk about the twist or?
Yeah. So Warren, yeah, Warren comes. He's a nice guy. You know, like I said, the daughters thinks he's cool and or hot. I don't know. um, yeah. I'm surprised the guy hasn't been in more. He looked like he seemed like a good actor. I don't know. Um, so and yeah, whatever. So yeah, so Warren comes and he's like, all right, I'll talk to the kid because so the kid's like things seem okay at first, and then do they meet up? Does he meet in the room first, or do they meet down at the? I forget where he sees the. Wait a minute.
I think he actually comes up to the kid's room. I thought.
Does he see him first, or is that? Wait a minute. I'm looking at my references. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he won't come down to meet because he won't come down to meet the guy. And the sister's like, I'll break it. She's doing it as a joke, but she's like threatening him throughout the whole episode. She's like, I'm gonna break your head, or I'm gonna beat your face. And she's like, Mom, do you want me to stomp him? I'll do it if he doesn't. You know, she does a lot of that too, but it's done in a funny way. So, because you can tell it's a really loving family. But anyway, I'm gonna go back to the. So yeah, so the Warren goes up to see the kid, and the kid he's like, he doesn't want to put his new glasses on. He wants to put his old glasses on. So he puts on his dad's glasses, and he sees Warren differently than everybody else sees him. Warren's is this purple, weird, big-headed creature with like sharp teeth and like exorcist eyes, and it's just like this big. I don't even know how to describe his head. It's like this big round. Like scaly and stuff.
Almost like some kind of reptile or something or other.
Yeah. Well, there's a mention of kind of what he could be later on, but so and he's switching the glasses, and it's like, oh shit, this guy's a weird creature or something. There's something. So he's trying to tell the mom that and the sister that there's something wrong with this guy and don't trust him. Um, and then they go down to try to eat and stuff, and it's just not. The kids just doesn't want to go. So Warren figures out that the kid can see him of what he is, and the kid does something stupid. He tells Warren how he can do it. He's like, these glasses, and it's like, I think the kid's Neil. Takes the glasses and drops them. He's like, oops, drops them on the floor, and then he stomps on them. But before that, there's a good visual where he takes the glasses from the kid, and then he's holding them up to see like what would make them be able to see what he really looks like, and you can see through the lenses the guy's face, but then around it you see him as normal, and then in the lenses you see him as the creature. So I thought that was a cool effect that they did. So they got some good visuals in this. So anyway, he breaks the kid's glasses so he can't show anybody, because he's like, oh, I'll show everybody with my glasses that you can see them. Like, nope, doesn't work. And then Warren's like, I'm going to marry your mother, and this is going to happen. And he explains to him what he is. He's like, I'm from another world, older than anything you know on your world. And how's he put it? He's like, I come and it's only I'll meet somebody and I'll join their family, and maybe for a year or two, and then they're devoured and gone. And he's like, you're like a parasite. So that's sort of kind of what the creature looks like, with the teeth and the look and everything like that. But he's like, I'm going to marry your mother, and no one's ever going to know because no one can prove anything. So he goes down, and him and the mother are doing whatever, and the kid comes down with a gun, and he's like, you stay away from my family. And he shoots him, and he kind of just grazes him, and he's like, I've been hurt. And then the sister goes over to try to help, and she screams because he's turned into the creature, and now he can be seen. And he's like, he still doesn't know that they can see him yet. So he's like, oh, I'm not hurt too bad. I'll be okay. But your son's going to have to see a psychiatrist. Because he's also a psychologist, which is kind of weird. But anyway, alien psychologist or whatever. So he's like, I'm going to be okay. And everybody's screaming because they can see what he is finally. And he doesn't realize that they can see him. And then Neil just starts plugging away and shooting them all. And he lies there dead, and he sort of starts bleeding and oozing, and he dies. And the mother's like, oh no, I'm sorry. She doesn't say that, but she's like, oh, she hugs her daughter and her son, and it ends with the shot of them standing over the dead body of whatever the hell he was.
Right.
And the poor guy.
Yeah, I was like, the guy did seem like, he just seemed like a really nice guy at the beginning, and had everybody fooled except Neil. Basically, it seemed almost like Neil was on to him from the beginning.
Well, it was pretty early where he saw him with the glasses on. I mean, before that, it was just he was trying not to. He didn't want his mother to be with someone else because of the father.
Mm-hmm. And I just wonder if he had seen anybody out in the neighborhood that looked different when he had the glasses on. Maybe not as different as Warren did, but maybe just a little different. I think there should have been a shot somewhere where he saw a neighbor or something walking around, and they looked different, and he was like, "Ooh, that's weird." But maybe the shot with Warren wouldn't have had as much effect if they had done that.
Yeah, it's a very contained story. I think anything outside of it would have been too much for how long you had to do an
Right.
episode. I mean, if you made a feature length movie out of it, you could maybe do more with it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it would have been an interesting twist if Warren wasn't a parasite, because there's a point where he's telling Neil about himself, and he's like, "Well, I stay for a few years and leave," and like that would have been a point where he could say, "Oh," because the kid then goes, "Oh, you don't stay around," and
Right.
if it went to a different direction from that point on, it could have been like maybe he really wanted a family, even though he was an alien,
Mm-hmm.
and he could have been part of the family. But the fact that he literally his race sucks the essence out of people's souls and bodies, and basically sucks their life force is what they do. He's
But,
like that. He's like the movie Life Force, except he's not a vampire. He's a slug.
right.
He's a parasite, purple monster creature. But yeah,
So, on that note, we have officially finished the end of the episodes for the second season of Monsters, and we've got one more season to cover. And so,
yay!
and then
Wes
I
can stop watching.
I don't, yeah, I don't know if TJ is going to want to do another one of these series with me or not. I'm going to have to check with him and see.
We figure out which one.
Yeah, I got to take a look at some things and
Something that's not too long, like something that didn't go on for 20 years or whatever.
yeah, we don't want to do
We're gonna do The
that.
Simpsons, starting with episode 1.
Holy cow.
We'll be done by the time we're 90.
Or South Park or something, it's just oh well, thank you, Blissful says you guys did great tonight.
Thank you.
And so yeah, we've got a couple more weeks of monsters talk, and then I'm gonna go through my series. I wanted to do Tales from the Crypt, but that's like what? Were there 7 seasons to that? Or were there more than that?
Uh, 89 to 96. 7 seasons. 93 episodes.
So that one I may hold off on but there is, how many seasons was Erie, Indiana?
Gary, Indiana, Gary. 2? Was it more than 2?
And then there's Amazing Stories as well. That's
yeah.
another one. I can't remember how long that
Gary, Indiana was 1 season.
We could do that.
Is that on streaming somewhere?
That I don't know. TJ, you might not be lucky enough to get. You got the monsters from a friend of yours, didn't you?
Yeah, he might have this one too. If it's a horror related, he might have it.
Trying to see if
Is Friday the 13th the series available to watch? Is it on? Is this? Can you still buy DVDs?
I don't know. It looks like at least some of these Erie, Indiana episodes. Holy crap! I was looking at how much the DVD sets for Erie, Indiana are now.
Yeah.
$99.
Yeah.
Wow.
F that crap.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. But it looks like there's a handful of episodes maybe that are on Prime. But good Lord, I better not tell Steve about that. He'll say, well, you need to sell yours off and get money off of it.
Yeah, I think Friday the 13th, the series is, yeah, you can get that.
Would you want to do that one next, TJ?
Maybe I'd have to really. It's that one's gonna be hard because it's not an anthology, so we'd have to make sure we. Well, we don't have to, but I mean, gonna follow the storylines throughout the. I mean, yeah, I mean, we could do that.
Right, yeah, because technically there is a storyline that I see that they have a set for Friday the 13th, the series. Did you say you found it streaming?
I don't. I haven't seen it streaming that
Oh,
I
okay.
know of.
I see a
It
set.
says season 1 is on Prime, but it's unavailable.
Uh, I do see the set though with that generic ass box for like $31.
But then that one just says first 2 seasons. The one there's a $64 one that has all is the complete series, but
I'm not sure why this other one says the complete series too, though.
yeah, it doesn't. Well, maybe I don't know. Let's see.
It says the complete series includes Friday 13th, the series, the final season, aka the third season, Friday 13th, the series, the first season. Oh, and then the second season. I don't know why it's got it like that, but
Confusing the freak out of people.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, why is the third season mentioned second? And yeah, okay, I didn't see that, but okay, yeah.
So,
It was originally what was it called? Something curse. The name I think it was the name of
yeah,
the guy's name curse. I think I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it was. Blissful says next week I'm going to hook you both up to a coffee IV.
I'm fine.
I mean, I'm just wiped out from work. That's what my thing is, and like I said, as much as I would have liked to have done a stream last night, I physically could not do it. I just after work and after I ate supper, I just kind of vegetated on the couch.
Yeah.
After that, and dozed off during some of the episodes of Monsters that I was trying to watch. But it is after midnight.
And I look terrible because people keep telling me I need sleep tonight.
No, you don't look terrible, TJ. I've not been feeling well at all. I'm still fighting this sinus infection, I believe.
Yeah.
So anyway, since it's so late, and really, in all honesty, TJ and I do need to get some rest at some point. But so on that note, well, I want to say that I've got another paranormal experiences coming up tomorrow evening, unless Dirk tells me different. And Dirk's going to be on here with me talking about some of his paranormal experiences and some of the haunted places in Louisiana. And he's done his research on all this stuff, so I think this is going to be a really good stream. But on that note, I want to first thank TJ for being on here with me once again for over 4 hours.
Yeah, I tried to speed it up there, but we just couldn't.
Yeah, I've been trying to speed it up too, and it ain't happening for some reason. But I am going to skedaddle on out of here for the night, and I will see everyone on the flip side. TJ, you have a good night. You guys
too. We should get some sleep. Good night.
Yeah, everybody get some sleep. Good night, everybody.